your home for Kings talk and so much more.
Live and local.
Allen Stiles on Sacktown Sports.
Yes. On a Wednesday, Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports, taking you up to 2 p.m. And what better way to celebrate being halfway through the week than with some A's drama, a heater from Hoops Hype, Michael Scotto, Brett Siegel, friend of the show, with some notes on Domantas Sabonis and DeMar DeRozan. We discussed the Beam team and whether or not they would have been the Pacers if they were in the East, the best running backs in the league, and what Christian McCaffrey has to prove this season. Brandon Ayuk drama as well. And, of course, you have conversations about Kevin Durant. And I had a back and forth with a media member, national guy, CBS, Sam Quinn. This untouchable thing, it's getting a little ridiculous now. So, and we're going to get more in depth on this. But this is where we're at. And this is more so Sam Quinn. I believe it's somewhat sourced, but it's also his opinion. And he says, my feeling on KD and the Rockets, if you can get him for Jalen Green and the number 10, do it. And I get, and sidebar, I understand. If anybody understands, it's me. 37, expiring contract, 50 mil. I get it. Now back to what Sam said. If you can get him for Jalen Green and the number 10 pick, do it. I don't think Green is part of their future anymore, and they don't have minutes for a rookie anyway. But the future Suns picks, Amen, Şengün, Jabari, Tari, and Reed are all off limits. I'm just sitting here thinking, okay, and again, this is KD, not Giannis, but all of them are off limits. Yeah, Suns picks, cool. Amen, cool. Şengün, cool. Jabari, cool. Tari and Reed Shepherd, who couldn't get time, even though Fred VanVleet played in what felt like 40 games. That's a little bit too much dip on the chip there. So Sam responded to me. We had a little back and forth, and he said, hey, my feeling is that they need a point guard. So how can they get rid of Reed Shepherd? Because I said, how can Reed Shepherd be untouchable when he couldn't get, he's a rookie, but the brother couldn't get on the court. Fred VanVleet didn't even play that much this season. And he said, well, they need a point guard. I said, okay, well, Jabari and Tari, that's kind of crazy. So hoping to have Sam on the show. I followed him after that. So hoping to follow up with Sam and get him on the show. Still waiting for him to follow me back. Does he know that Scott Perry follows me? I mean, come on. He's got to see the GM of the Kings. He follows me. I'm just having some fun.
He also really doesn't like the Kings. He's usually very critical.
Then we have to have him on. And in the spirit of that, we're going to talk about the A's because a lot of people are kind of changing their feelings on the A's because the A's stink now. That's front runner to me. That's fair weather to me. And I don't want to misquote anyone, but I was listening to the Drive guys yesterday. We're going to hear from Dallas Braden as well about the minor league experience, and the A's essentially look like a minor league team right now, specifically in the month of May. But don't change the energy. Some people didn't change the energy, okay? Carmichael Dave has not changed his energy. Whitey Gleason has not changed his energy. But there are those out there that all of a sudden it's a bad look. Well, why wasn't it a bad look to begin with? Why is it a bad look now? Because they stink? If it was the Yankees, it still should have been a bad look based on how everything went down. So we're going to hear from Dallas Braden. The last thing I want to tease, and this is something very, very special that we're doing, is it's called Sit Down with Styles. And we're going to have these throughout the summer and maybe even past that if there's any potential sponsors listening. And we're kicking off Sit Down with Styles with a young lady named Ayana Gonzalez. She's 19 years old, a biochem major, and the first female boxer in Sac State history. So as a girl dad myself, I am very excited to talk to Ayana, and she's going to be in the building. That's at 1 o'clock. We're going to talk to her about kind of the trials and tribulations and just some of the successes that she's had in her kind of first year doing all this. So we are going to break that down. It's called Sit Down with Styles. If you miss it, it's at 1 o'clock. We're going to have that up on the YouTube as well. So it's a fully packed show. and we are excited to take you more than halfway through the week. So I saw some things, getting back to the A's, and I have how I feel about it. But Kyle, let's hear from the man, the myth, the legend himself with one of the best beards in the game, Dallas Braden, and what he had to say about how being in a minor league ballpark is affecting the A's players.
Courtesy of the Baseball is Dead podcast.
That's right.
I have a question for you, Dallas, and I want you to be honest about this, as honest as you can be as a team employee and a propaganda guy in the space. How much of being in a minor league ballpark with the accommodations being what they are and affecting team morale and just like, what the is this? How much of that do you think is impacting the A's performance this year?
More than any one of those professionals in the room will let you know on the record.
Are they speaking about it privately?
I can assume that there's conversations about a lot of things privately.
Okay.
That was Dallas Braden, and he's in a really tough spot, by the way. And I think that I want to give a shout out to Dallas Braden because I feel like he has walked the tightrope basically as best as you can. That's really it. He's going to tick somebody off. He's probably the only guy that Last Dive Bar, who we know is a group that is just riding for Oakland, and the idea of they're just very much against everything that John Fisher and the organization is doing. It feels like Dallas Braden is the guy that, although he's been put in a tough spot, there's conversations about NBC California, some of the things that their hosts have said. They've ticked off people in the Bay with how they've kind of just pushed it aside and moved on. Dallas Braden feels like the one guy who is going on these podcasts and doing the best he can to walk the tightrope. So I just want to say kudos to Dallas Braden.
Well, and the second one was Brody Brazil, but he also gave up his chance to work for the organization.
Right. Brody moved on. He's doing stuff with the Sharks now. We're very happy for Brody. I watched Brody all growing up. I would watch on the high school sports show, wait for De La Salle to pop up and, see if Allen was going to make it. So shout out Brody Brazil. Just following his career has been really cool. So as we get back to the A's, maybe the A's is what we're hearing now. Maybe the A's were doing Sacramento a favor this whole time, as there is no Sacramento on their chest. It's just a little patch of the Tower Bridge. The other side says Vegas. Now there's question marks about Vegas. Not that they've ever gone away, but, it would be different if they sell the team. That's what everyone's been saying the whole time. Maybe, maybe not. We don't know if they're going to sell. They will not be connected to this disaster now. Sacramento will not be, at least not now. And that's another question. What if next season they said, hey, we actually want to call ourselves the Sacramento A's? Does Vivek and the crew say, I think we're solid. I think we're solid. Or do you still say we'll take the opportunity? Right? Because they stink now. Who's to say they're going to stink next season? In every phase of life, where you play matters. When we were in middle school, you make it to the CYO championship. Where do you play the championship? You play it at the high school. It's a bigger venue. Not that you're packing the venue, but you're giving the kids a taste of what's to come. You earned that. You're in the championship game. I was at St. Francis. We had to play Good Shepherd. And these brothers were dunking in 8th grade. We got smacked. But we got to play at De La Salle High School. Wow, this is great. Just got my acceptance letter. We get to go there next season, next year. This is awesome. We earned this, guys. We earned it. The state championship in high school. Where do those get played? They get played at Golden One Center. Why? Because they earned it. You earned that opportunity. State championships get played in NBA arenas when possible. Showcases. I got to play in Oakland my senior year, and I'll never forget that, in the Coliseum. That's where a lot of these showcases happen because you earned it. When you're recruiting kids in college, facilities matter. They matter. Now, obviously, there's NIL now, and it's a little different, but that's how it always was. Okay, well, I'm choosing between Kansas And Kansas State, Kansas State is nice, but Kansas, this is ridiculous. Oh, and by the way, we're building this new facility over here. By the way, we're doing this, we're doing that. That's how it's always been. So, of course, and it's something that we all glossed over, myself included, of course, it was going to matter that these guys, that Nick Kurtz, and now they're pulling up everybody to play in a ballpark that most of them already played in. And Lawrence Butler got called up not too long ago. He got to get called up in a major league stadium. Lawrence Butler saying, yeah, this is great. Can't even remember which rookie he was talking about. I believe Nick Kurtz. Said, yeah, this is great. He gets to be up with the big club, and, it's not a big league stadium, but it's still a cool experience. That's what Lawrence Butler said on record.
He said he'll get to play in one eventually.
He'll get to play in one eventually, not here. So, of course, this was going to wear on the players. And I think that's probably one of the most swept under the rug things, not by Mr. Vivek, not by radio shows, not by fans, by the organization itself. They did not care how this would affect the players. They did not care that the fact that they are not playing in a big league ballpark would affect them. The idea, not just mentally, but also logistically. You're going to try to hold Mark Kotze's feet to the fire when he's got to walk of shame for trying to defend his guys. He's got to walk, I don't know, however many feet back to his clubhouse after he gets tossed. It's coming off like a clown show. But I would say this. If it wasn't a clown show to you then, I'm questioning the fact of why you feel like it's a clown show now. Just because the A's stink, that should not make this any worse. And I know that might sound crazy, but everybody that said this is so great, this is so amazing, keep that same energy. Because me personally, let me just say my opinion. My opinion is that it does not matter how bad the A's being good or bad has no bearing on how this should be viewed. What I was told by Sacramentans is that this is a chance for Sacramento to have Major League Baseball. And we're going to do our best to pack that stadium out. Lowest attendance last night, by the way. We're going to do our best to pack that stadium out because it is a fraction of other ballparks. So that was supposed to be the goal. And it's funny to me that so many people didn't feel connected to the A's initially, but even when you don't feel connected to a team, you still don't want to watch a loser. These are video game. Honestly, it's worse than a video game. Because I'll talk to Brendan Nunez and Chris Watkins, who love playing the show. They're not putting up numbers like this in video games. I stopped playing the show a long time ago when you had to go analog stick because I couldn't get hits. Every game was 1-0, 2-0. This is worse than it is easier to hit in Sutter Health Park than it is in MLB The Show.
I've never seen 18-3 in the scoreboard blowout in MLB The Show. So
every night. So if your take was that it was good for Sacramento, don't go running now just because the A's stink. Because honestly, the A's were supposed to stink. And I feel like it's crazy to now want to say, and people like Last Dive Bar are laughing at this type of stuff, by the way. People now say, oh, this is a bad look for Sacramento, man. They're stinking up the joint, man. This is crazy. Well, you got real deal issues with the Kings anyway. That's it. We'll get into that the next 4 hours. But if you thought it was a good look initially, did you not do your homework? Did you not know the A's are not good? Look, I bet the A's the over on the win total. I thought that they had enough young hitting that they would survive. Now, I didn't know they'd have to put up double-digit numbers, but I thought they'd have enough. And I still think this is a good look for Sacramento, and in part because it is not connected to the A's. There's no Sacramento on the jersey. Now I think it's kind of a good look. But don't go running now just because the A's weren't good, because the A's were not projected to be good. 4 hours with you. When we return, Michael Scotto connects the Kings to a specific free agent that we've been talking about quite a bit. Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
Staples presents That Was Easy.
So I was taking my side hustle full time.
Bold move, my friend.
And I needed to find everything in one stop.
Like finding Bigfoot riding a unicorn.
Yes, so I hit the Staples Easy button. Staples had everything for a new office and print services for signs and brochures. Plus, Cindy, the Staples associate, helped me find the best tech for me.
Wait, no drama?
Now, Staples made it easy.
For the products, services, and experts your business needs. Staples.
That was easy.
In-store, online, and on the app.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Chuck McDowell here again. Over the years, I've seen way too many timeshare exit companies pop up, take folks' money, and disappear. I just saw an ad from an exit company started by a couple of bozos that used to work for me. My advice, don't hire bozos I'll fire. Want out of your timeshare? I'll send you our free timeshare exit info kit explaining your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free kit. Call 800-995-2929. That's 800-995-2929.
Allen Stiles. Watch the show on youtube.com/Sacktown Sports 1140.
Or listen on the Sacktown Sports app.
We also have the trade candidate, trade target of the day. People are asking, what's the hint for today? This is going to be an easy one. Kyle's not going to like it. So I'll try to go super broad. Point guard, Eastern Conference. Team was whatever, but he had a really good season. That's it.
Okay, that's pretty broad.
Yeah, well, that's what you like.
I mean, you just giving him away the other day when you were like, this player was traded for a lot and didn't have a good season.
That was clearly, yes, some are more obvious than others. But point guard, Eastern Conference, semi-breakout season, team is in a conundrum.
The Kings of the East.
Yes, well, you might be giving it away now. So that is the hint. Just some of the text coming in and some of the sack chat coming in, just as far as the different players and what's going on with the A's. We have Razor Rudy saying millionaire baseball players whining about the field. Wait until them 100-degree days come in. Look, man, this is all I'll say because and Kyle's gonna have to rein me in because when it comes to baseball, I will go for a very long time. I disagree with your sentiment, Razor Rudy, simply because this is something technically two teams have to deal with. The Rays and the A's. You cannot pick who you're drafted to, right? Now, Luis Severino, he signed with the A's. That's a little bit different. You cannot pick who you're drafted to. And you work your ass off your whole career to get to the big leagues, and luck of the draw, you get drafted to an A's team that's doing something unprecedented in the league. And luck of the draw, you're with them. Now, look, relatively speaking, should they be complaining about playing baseball for a living? Hell no. But if we want to do the relatively speaking, then we can't complain about anything. There's no point in this show. There's no point in any sports show to complain if we're talking about things relatively speaking. When I sit there and say, yeah, they got so-and-so for a bargain, $10 million a year, relatively speaking. So if we're going to do that, then there's no point in talking about sports. Zero.
Well, I think the bigger part of it is, one, Dallas Braden said in the clip, they're being professional about it. They're not going to say out loud just how awful this is. But secondarily, there is a feeling of being a second-class citizen in a league where every other team and every other player comes to have this be not necessarily an expectation of you're always going to be there, but like if they played in literally any other team and any other organization, this would not be their experience. So yeah, there's a feeling of being in a second-class organization when you are by choice choosing to play in a minor league ballpark. And for many of these players, this is just going to be their only major league experience. And I was listening to some thing before the game, and there's the backup catcher who just got called up. I think his name is Willie McIver, I want to say, for the A's. He's 28 years old, and he's never been to the MLB before. This might be the only major league experience he gets, and he's getting a second-class major league experience. And it's different than when you're in Tampa or the Blue Jays having to be relocated for the pandemic to Buffalo, because those are extraneous circumstances. This is the Athletics choosing to be here and choosing a second-rate experience for their team. And I understand why you look around and just would say, what the bleep is happening here?
916-339-1140. And obviously, I know this. People are way more bold on the text line than calls. Whenever I say call and say how you really feel to a texter that comes in a little spicy, they never do. They never do. And I've been doing this, not here at this station, but I've been doing this for close to a decade now. But 775 says, what a BS take. Every, in all caps, team that plays in that ballpark has the same advantage as the A's do. Well, you sound like Frankie Cardicelli talking about the Little League porch in New York. Yes, when they play there, but it's not their home ballpark. Can we just be a little bit more intelligent here? They go on to say the A's have no more of a disadvantage than other teams. They just suck. They do suck. They do suck. But again, this is Dallas Braden who threw a perfect game. This is Dallas Braden who lived it. And this is what it makes me laugh with fans. Because you pick and choose. This is my whole problem with the whole new media thing. You pick and choose when you care about somebody who's had an experience versus when you don't, right? When somebody says, and we do this with basketball too, when somebody says, a former player and football, I've never saw more hate for Cam Newton than when he said the not a game changer thing. You got Niner fans trying to downplay somebody that was the number 1 overall pick, an NCAA champion, and won the Heisman, and went to a Super Bowl. No, he didn't win it. And went to a Super Bowl. Now all of a sudden Cam Newton's a bum because and nothing he says matters because he said something about your quarterback that you didn't like. So now all of a sudden, and I don't know, 775 could be, or excuse me, the 775 could be talking about me or Dallas Braden. But either way, I choose for the most part, if I haven't walked in someone else's shoes, again, relatively speaking, then I'm not going to try to speak to it. And once again, 775, let's try to be a little bit more intelligent here, because the Yankees having a nice little spring training event and never coming back to Sacramento, specifically being able to do it before the summer hits, by the way, is a lot different than that being your home ballpark. I did not think I would have to explain that, but maybe you haven't had your coffee yet. Fair enough. 916-339-1140. Like I said, phone lines are open.
That was a style espresso right there.
Phone lines are open. Like I said, it is relatively speaking. I tell you what, every beginning of the month when I'm breaking down my bills and I got to come on the air and talk about guys making more money than God, trust me, I have thoughts. Trust me, I do. But this is all relatively speaking to the monopoly money that is the NBA and that is sports. Michael Scotto had some things to break down, and we'll tell you who that point guard was he was referring to, connected to the Kings when we return. Now, South Sacktown Sports.
Visit SacktownSports.com and join the Sacktown Sports 1140 newsletter.
My perfect day has sand, salt water, and friends. But my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis can take me out of the moment. Now I'm all in with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi. Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy. With Skyrizi, most people saw 90% clearer skin, and many were even 100% plaque-free at 4 months. Skyrizi is just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
Thanks to Skyrizi, there's nothing on my skin, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist-prescribed biologic in psoriasis. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
Summer's almost here, and so are popsicles, pool days, and a lot of smiling. Make sure your kiddo's smile is ready with a visit to Kids Care Dental and Orthodontics. Our expert team makes dental visits easy and fun with sensory-friendly hours for kids who need a calmer environment. We can also accommodate same-day treatments, and to save you time, if your child needs multiple treatments, we can often do them all at once. Appointments fill up fast, so don't wait. Beat the summer rush and schedule online at kidscaredental.com. That's kidscaredental.com, where healthy, happy smiles begin.
Allen Stiles
You can join the show by texting 916-339-1140.
on Sacktown Sports.
Real quick, on the other side of 80, the Giants have designated Lamont Wade Jr. for assignment along with Sam Huff. And I was double checking with Kyle, DFA. It always sounds really bad, but it essentially means they are going to allow another team to pick him up. If nobody picks him up, they can put him on the AAA squad, or they could just release him. Personally, Kyle, I can't, off the top of my head, it feels like Lamont Wade is 30. If not, he's damn close. I can't see him back with the River Kitties. I can't see him kicking it with me in the River Kitties.
Congratulations, Allen. You finally got Lamont Wade Jr. out of your life.
No, don't say that. Hey, best of luck. Hey, best of luck to that man.
What did you say the other day? Do you know how hard it is to have a player on the Giants look like Lamont Wade and you to hate him so much?
I do not hate Lamont Wade. I just feel like his time has been gone.
Well, congratulations. He's probably not going to play for the Giants.
By
again,
the way,
I would guess.
The 775 said, my text had nothing to do with the Yankees versus A's. Saying I'm not intelligent is such an insult. Haven't had my coffee yet. I wake up at 3:45. I'm waiting for the other text to come in every morning. 775, I said, let's be more intelligent. I did not say that you weren't intelligent. And I don't know how your text doesn't have anything to do with the Yankees versus the A's, because you said every team that plays in that ballpark has the same advantage that the A's do. My response was that the A's have that as their home ballpark. Other teams don't, including the Yankees. Like I said, call it. I'm here for you, brother, or sister. Like I said, I didn't call you. I didn't say you weren't intelligent. I said, let's be more intelligent. Okay? As we continue the conversation, getting over to the Kings, and Michael Scotto has connected the Kings, and Michael Scotto covers the NBA for Hoops Hype. Michael Scotto connects the Kings to a free agent point guard, and that point guard is Tyus Jones. Here it is. Sacramento is expected to explore the trade and free agent market for point guard help. League sources told Hoops Hype among several point guards on Sacramento's radar is unrestricted free agent Tyus Jones. Hoops Hype has learned. Over the past 2 seasons, the Wizards and Suns, predominantly as a starter in 124 of 147 games, Jones shot 46.8% from the field overall and 41.4% from beyond the arc, while averaging 6.2 assists and 1.1 turnovers per game. Here's my ultimate question with Tyus Jones, because what I've heard is in Phoenix, the issue with Tyus Jones was that the defense was just horrific. The defense was just terrible. So my question is, Tyus Jones, and I believe he is a shade under 30. He's 29 years old. Tyus Jones, my question would be, does it make sense to bring him in for a year versus Chris Paul. If you're trying to sign him to a couple years, I feel like I'm good with that. If this is just a Band-Aid, who's a better Band-Aid, Tyus Jones or Chris Paul? I feel like Tyus Jones is a better scorer, but you're not really bringing him on. You would obviously take the scoring, but you're more so bringing on a point guard to facilitate. So if it's just another 1 year thing, who's better? Here's an easier way to ask this. Who's better right now, Chris Paul or Tyus Jones?
I think it's about a push, but I would rather Chris Paul join this team than Tyus Jones, only because one, Chris Paul has more durability, not a lot, but a little bit, and two, Chris Paul's a future Hall of Famer, and there are a certain level of intangibles that you could gain potentially from having a future Hall of Famer like Chris Paul, who at this stage of his career understands the role he's playing on the teams that he's going to. I think there's more you could gain from that than adding a Tyus Jones. And I've agreed with you all the way through. If you're going to go this route, which is a traditional ball handling point guard who doesn't play defense and is going to play 20 minutes, maybe start, but not close, I think you're better off going the Chris Paul route than the Tyus Jones route. But maybe both of those aren't on the table. Maybe Chris Paul is going to sign somewhere else or retire.
So to me, again, there is a line between what exactly the Kings would want out of this and what exactly the other player would want out of this. I don't know. We talk about the ring chasers. Wouldn't we say Chris Paul is more in his ring chaser phase? I think the question is, out of the ring chasers, or the ring chasing teams, who would need a Chris Paul? Because what I'm saying is Tyus Jones might be more interested in the Kings than Chris Paul, because Chris Paul is more of a DeMar DeRozan type. I'm trying to play high-level basketball. He just wasted a year, and I don't think it did exactly what he thought it would do. I think Chris Paul maybe felt like, oh, okay, let me do what I did with the Thunder. Maybe we'll sneak into the play-in, and then after that, a better team will come and get me. That didn't happen for him, but I still think that he would rather that than go to Sacramento. And if you're Tyus Jones, to your point, you could look at it and say, hey, well, I could have an opportunity to kind of refresh my career a la a Malik Monk deal. So it's more so about what the Kings want from this point guard issue that they're having versus, and on top of that, if Chris Paul is even interested in the Kings.
I just don't. Chris Paul could quote unquote ring chase at this point in his career, but I think in the modern NBA, it's hard to ring chase because there is so much parity at this point. Like, you don't know, unless he goes back to Oklahoma City, I don't really know where the place Chris Paul goes to that you could say that team is for sure going to win the championship in the same way you used to say about the Lakers or the Warriors or the Cavs or someone like that. I think at this stage of Chris Paul's career, and this is no indictment of Chris Paul, it's just he's 40 years old and 6 feet tall. It's remarkable that he's still playing at such a high level. I don't think Chris Paul can get minutes on a real championship team in this day and age, like playoff minutes. Like, once the rotations crunch down to 7 or 8 guys, I don't think Chris Paul is getting minutes on a true championship contender anymore. And that's okay. There's a lot of different places you can navigate in between, but getting Chris Paul or Tyus Jones, I don't think would be this like great snag for the Sacramento Kings that's going to change their championship fortunes. And Chris Paul, I don't think changes any team's championship fortunes.
I might disagree with that. I might. Off the top of my head, I'm trying to think of the team, right? Pistons have Cade.
Well, sure, but those are not championship contenders. Those are up and coming teams.
But I think here's the point: we don't know who a championship contender is. The Celtics without Jason Tatum, that doesn't work, right? The two teams in the East, the two top seeds in the East, one, their best player tore their Achilles, and the other, they have a point guard, and I don't think you move up. If they made a deal, right? Maybe the Cavs. If they made a deal where they got back whatever they felt like they needed for Darius Garland, because obviously I don't think it wouldn't be a point guard. So they make a deal, whatever they feel they need back for Darius Garland. I could see the Cavs, and then Chris Paul then slides in there. But to your point, I don't even need to look it up. The minutes that Darius Garland played this season, that's Chris Paul ain't playing that.
Well, he's not playing that on a contender. I would just make this point, like, when Darius Garland wasn't on the floor, they would play Ty Jerome.
Right.
Is Chris Paul as good as Ty Jerome? And Ty Jerome was only playing like 12 minutes down the stretch.
If you started, and I don't want to lose the plot here, but if you started Chris Paul and got that, a bigger question is, are you going to get that Ty Jerome again? Because if you started Chris Paul, let him do his 20-minute thing, and you had that Ty Jerome and whatever they got back for Darius Garland, which would obviously make that team better, whatever they feel like it is, I think that could work. I think that could work. But getting back to Tyus Jones and the Kings, I like what we're seeing. I like the idea of Tyus Jones. It's just one of those things where, yeah, he fits the timeline with Domantas Sabonis, Malik Monk, and Zach LaVine. He fits that timeline. Is he good enough to be a play? Because now we're talking about a playoff point guard. We're not talking about a championship point guard. Because I think obviously Tyus Jones is coming off the bench on a champion on a real contending team. Is he a good enough point guard to be on? Because think about it. He started the two teams. He started on the Wizards. They didn't make anything. He started for them. I think at the beginning of the season he was starting on the Suns. Either way, the Suns haven't done anything. So we haven't seen.
Well, and he started on bad Grizzlies teams,
right,
before John Morant got there.
We haven't seen Tyus Jones be a starter on a team that was legitimate. And I think he did. There was overlap with him and Ja for a bit on the Grizzlies.
Well, sure. He started during the gun suspension, but
yes. And he was a backup when they were in the playoffs, right?
Yes.
So we haven't seen him as a starter on a playoff team. And more importantly, in the West, do we think he's good enough to do that based on the rest of the team? I think it's really, really close.
It's tough. At least with Tyus Jones, I would say I think other teams have believed that he could be, and you kind of have mixed results. Like, it didn't work in Phoenix, but it did work for the Wizards. Like, that was probably the best season of his career, and that's what got him the contract in Phoenix. So, you kind of go up and down with it. I guess this is where I come back to what is his role situation. Because, like Doug talked about last year, it doesn't matter who starts, it matters who finishes. If Tyus Jones starts and plays 22 minutes, but we have Malik Monk and Zach LaVine and Keon starting or closing the game with whoever, maybe there's another player in there. I don't think Tyus Jones is a closer because I don't think Tyus Jones is one of your 5 best players on this Kings team. And this Kings team is not a championship level contender by any stretch of the imagination. So I guess it's more so, what is the role that you want this free agent point guard to play for your team, whether it's Chris Paul or Tyus Jones or someone else.
And not to mention, whether it's Tyus Jones or Chris Paul, that pairing with Malik Monk defensively is going to be rough. And you still have Zach LaVine out there.
Which is also rough.
So you have to think about that as well. And that's more so, I think, the issue. If Tyus Jones is going to be there, I think the bigger question is, one, what's the timeline look like? And two, what are they thinking as far as the defensive schemes? Because Scott Perry has said the same things as Doug Christie, and that feels like a headache when it comes to their defensive rotation.
I guess I'm a little bit more okay with it from Tyus Jones or a point guard standpoint, because if you're looking for a 6 foot or 6'1" point guard that is playing elite level defense in the NBA, you're going to be looking for a long time. I think the broader problem is that the Kings have wings that don't play defense.
On the other side, Brett Siegel breaks down the future of Domantas Sabonis as well as DeMar DeRozan. Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by.
Allen Stiles here with your Sacktown Sports Injury Update, brought to you by Downtown LA Law Group. Jose Leclerc, right-handed pitcher out with that right lat strain, recently began playing catch, though the A's expect a long recovery process before he returns to action. Gio Urshela had an MRI which confirmed a left hamstring strain. He is sidelined from baseball activity for the time being with no timeline for a return yet. That was your Sacktown Sports Injury Update, brought to you by Downtown LA Law Group. Hey, I'm Allen Stiles. Have an injury? Call Downtown. Downtown LA Law Group, an injury law firm, has many happy clients in Sacramento and the surrounding areas who have called Downtown. Get paid for your injuries from slip and falls or auto accidents. One of their most recent settlements was $1.5 million for a motorcycle accident. Have you had an auto accident? Call Downtown. Text injury help to 40222. That's injury help to 40222 and visit them at calldowntown.com.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Do you find yourself stuck in a timeshare? Get the real facts about the timeshare industry and your options for cancellation. Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, has put together a free information guide that reveals the secrets the timeshare industry doesn't want you to know, including the 5 ways to get rid of your timeshare. Call now and get this timeshare cancellation guide absolutely free.
Call 800-837-5050. That's 800-837-5050. 800-837-5050.
The Giant Summer Sale is here. Get giant savings on our giant selection only at Folsom Lake Honda, your one-stop Honda shop.
Looking to own or lease? Save during the Giant Summer Sale and drive a brand new Accord or Civic. Visit us today at FolsomLakeHonda.com, your one-stop Honda shop.
As a family-owned and operated dealership since 2009, customer service is our #1 priority. Our customers love doing business with us, and you will too.
Folsom Lake Honda. Go to FolsomLakeHonda.com. Your one-stop Honda shop.
I'm Ken Korak with your Green and Gold Report, brought to you by Comcast Business, powering possibilities. Well, looking for something positive in the midst of a dismal stretch for the A's, center fielder Denzel Clark, finishing his second weekend in the big leagues and playing in his hometown of Toronto, went 4 for 9 with a home run in the last 3 games of the series and also made a sensational Spider-Man leaping catch over the wall in center field, robbing Alejandro Kirk of a home run. Comcast Business helps turn today's small businesses into engines of modern business. It's how restaurants become reliably up and running neighborhood favorites. It's how retailers become seamlessly restocking, cyber-securing must-visit shops. And it's how healthcare offices become data-managing caregivers that we all depend on. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, advanced fiber solutions, and Wi-Fi backup, Comcast Business is powering the engine of modern business.
An Australian hiker travels to the American West to walk a wilderness trail.
Wasn't afraid to be out on his own.
But Eric Robinson vanished in the high Uinta Mountains.
I remember thinking, Eric, what were you thinking, mate?
I'm Dave Cawley. Join me on my podcast, Uinta Triangle, where I travel the world to answer the question, what happened to Eric Robinson? Follow Uinta Triangle. That's UINTA Triangle on Apple Podcasts or wherever you listen.
Live and local.
It's Allen Stiles
on Sacktown Sports.
The streak continues for UPS. Well, it's not a losing streak for the A's, but it's damn close to it. It was.
Which one's going to last longer? The current 6-game losing streak for the A's or the current 6-game guessing correctly streak for UPS Chris?
Well, UPS Chris is correct again, and it was pretty broad today. The UPS Chris on the text line gets it done. Point guard, Eastern Conference team is in limbo, not really sure what they're doing, and a semi-breakout season. Because it feels like he also played really well last season. It's been 2 pretty solid seasons so far for this guy, and we're going to tell you who it is at 11 o'clock. But right now, Brett Siegel, friend of the show, had some things to say about Domantas Sabonis and his future with the Sacramento Kings. Here is the quote from his article for ClutchPoints. The Kings have not been contacting teams gauging the trade interest in Domantas Sabonis. League sources confirm with ClutchPoints. Although Sabonis has heard his name come up in recent rumors, Sacramento has not shown any interest in parting ways with the 29-year-old star big man to this point. It doesn't appear as if anything or everything will spiral out of control with Sabonis as it did between the Kings and Fox. Sacramento has been home for Sabonis over the last 4 years, and he has made it clear that he and his family envision remaining there for the foreseeable future. Obviously, things can change in the NBA, and nothing is ever certain. Just ask Luka about that. But the reality of this situation for the Kings is that they have a star big man they constantly play through on offense who is happy in his role of being one of the leaders of the team. All Sabonis wants is clarity about the franchise's desire to win, which is one of the reasons why Perry will seek win now moves during the summer. There is also some time for the two sides to chart a winning path together. That is from Brett Siegel. Yeah, I don't think anybody thought that the Kings were shopping Domantas Sabonis, but it's funny. I was going to say the Mavericks weren't shopping Luka, but they kind of were because they tried to get Anthony Edwards. So I don't think that it's a matter of anybody thinking that the Kings were shopping Domantas Sabonis, but that doesn't mean they won't pick up calls on Domantas Sabonis. And that's not a Domantas Sabonis thing. I think they're picking up calls on everyone because they have to. And the idea of having to move off of Domantas Sabonis is more so why our theme has been just get through this season. You get through this season, 2 more years on his deal, 1 year on Zach LaVine's deal. So much more opens up. We're just a little premature here on the Domantas Sabonis talk. How this breaks down to me is that when you have a dude with 3 years left on his deal, that means that you 1000% want to commit to who he is and what he does. So other teams around the league, whether it's the Raptors, things like that, that extra year, or teams like that extra year says, we want to invest in you. 2 years, same amount of time as a junior college. 2 years, it's really 1 year in the NBA because, okay, we have him for 1 year. Does it work or not? Now he's on an expiring deal. So that's why, to me, Domantas Sabonis, and Kyle has been on this forever, that's why Domantas Sabonis after next season, or even at the trade deadline where it's a 2.5 type deal, makes so much more sense than we are investing in Domantas Sabonis, who's one of the most skilled yet confusing players in the NBA. Nobody has to do that. You can see what you need. You can see if a Ty Jerome has turned back into a pumpkin. You can see if whatever player, Jared Allen and Mobley, it hasn't worked out. I don't know why I'm only talking about the Cavs because we were just talking about Ty Jerome apparently. You can see if the Raptors truly need that big man because Jakob Poeltl ain't doing it. You can see and then make a decision from there. So moving him in the offseason doesn't make sense for the Kings, and it does not make sense for other teams. A 2-year deal is really a 1-year deal, and that gives everybody a lot more freedom than trading him right now. And that's the reality. That's the reality.
You know, what's interesting is obviously you're only as good as the best offer on the table. So if someone wants to overpay for Sabonis,
right,
you obviously adjust your timeline. But what is so interesting about the NBA is that there's basically like 2 major windows to change your roster, right? It's the trade deadline week and it's mid-June. And other than that, the rosters stay mostly the same for the most part. So it's almost like, the way I look at it is like they're season to season with this group, but it's really like 6 months to 6 months, right?
Right.
they're probably committed to Sabonis and Levine and company for this 6-month window, but then get to the trade deadline in January and February, and if the Kings are in 13th place in the Western Conference, maybe we come back to the table and say, hey, we're not going to be able to build a contender, this didn't work, etc. The other flip side is that with a full training camp for Levine, Sabonis to figure things out together, we talked about Devin Carter yesterday, Doug Christie getting a full off season to kind of figure some things out and have the commitment of a full-time job. Maybe they're in the playoff race next year. And if they're in the playoff race next year, 5 seed, 6 seed, 7 seed, 8 seed, maybe we get to January and just say, hey, we're going to keep this thing going to the off season. That's really the interesting part about the NBA calendar.
916-339-1140, call line and text line. The 916 is saying, if this is the case, wake me up next year. I'm going to be honest with you, 916. I think that's what it is. I think that's what it is. You know, we've had different people on the show, cap analysts, and, is it going to be a crazy show or a crazy off-season? Crazy show, it already is. Fighting with people at 10 in the morning. Is it going to be a crazy off-season, or is it going to be a little bit overblown, right? And I think I can't really speak for other teams, but as far as the Kings are concerned, they're going to go get you a John Collins type for DeMar DeRozan. And I would gladly be wrong because that definitely helps the show. But they're going to go get you a John Collins type for DeMar DeRozan. Not saying he'll go to the Jazz, but hang with me. Get you a John Collins type for DeMar DeRozan. He ends up somewhere. And there's more notes, by the way, coming up on DeMar DeRozan and his connection to the Miami Heat. So let's just do it that way. They are not giving up Jaime Jaquez, I don't think, for DeMar DeRozan. So I don't know. I don't know what the Heat would be willing to.
It's Wiggins.
Yeah.
And
literally.
And Haywood Highsmith.
Literally. Go get you a Wiggins, which is a souped-up Harrison Barnes, in my opinion, which is not a terrible thing. So go get you a Wiggins, go get you a Tyus Jones.
Him and Zach LaVine are friends.
Yeah. See what you can do. And then you see if you mess around and sneak into the playoffs. Maybe Wiggins has a 2022 season. Maybe Zach LaVine just continues playing like he's been playing. Maybe it just works. Tyus Jones at 29 years old is that maestro, is that creator that the Kings need. They sneak into a 6 seed. I think here's the larger question, though. And this is where it always gets to with the Kings. Fine. They make it to the 6 seed. They're not, let's say they get to the second round, right? It's almost like they're just buying time for this to continue. So you could say, great, they're a 6 seed. They got to the second round with a bunch of 28, 29, and 30-year-olds. I guess we got to run it back. Run it back for what? It's a worse version of where they were with the Beam team because we know they're not going to win anything. But does Papa Vivek say, well, we just got playoff revenue, so we running that thing back?
Well, I think in this situation, the way the Kings are going to get to a 5 or a 6 seed and win a playoff series is Domantas Sabonis playing like one of the 12 best players in the NBA.
Yes, we discussed this.
So in this situation, if Domantas Sabonis is consistently playing at an all-NBA second-team level, I'm not even saying like, third team or would have been on a hypothetical 4th team this year. If he's playing like one of the 2 or 3 best centers in the league, then you essentially say, we're going to keep trying to build around Sabonis until Sabonis decides he doesn't want to be here anymore or shows us that he's not that guy anymore. So that's the tough part about this whole thing is essentially Domantas Sabonis has the potential to be a top 15 player in the league. He finished top 10 in MVP during the 2024 season. So if Domantas Sabonis is that guy, of course you keep trying to build around that guy. If he is that special, all NBA every single year player that we've come to expect him to be and wasn't last year.
A point guard from the East team, and I wouldn't call it turmoil, but they just don't really know what they're doing. Couple good seasons for him. He falls in my 24 to 26 age range, which is the what are we doing and who are you age range. We get into our trade target, our trade candidate for the Kings for today when we return. Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
Progressive knows if you have to choose between everyday life and your boat, boat wins.
What are you going to do? Take the boat out for a spin or go mail something? Boat wins! Are we cleaning the patio or taking the boat out fishing? Boat wins! Are we skipping that eye exam to go sailing? Boat wins!
Rescheduling eye exams can be a nightmare.
All right, fine. Eye exam, then boat. Yeah!
With Progressive, you can bundle your boat with your home or auto and save with a discount and spend more time enjoying those savings on your boat. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states and situations.
Staples presents That Was Easy.
So we had a huge new business pitch.
Attention, all hands on deck.
When, boom, our only printer was fried.
Up in smoke, like your chances of landing that account.
Well, I just sent the file to Staples. Devin, the print associate, was on it. She had it printed and bound same day.
So where's the drama?
There wasn't any. Staples made it super easy.
Inconceivable. For the product, services, and experts you need, Staples.
That was easy.
In-store, online, and on the app.
If you're 55 and up, T-Mobile has plans built just for you. 2 lines of unlimited for just $30 a line. That's a 45% savings compared to Verizon and AT&T. But don't just take our word for it.
It's not just the savings that are great with our T-Mobile plan. There's all this value from all these other things that T-Mobile offers. T-Mobile has been such a savings for us.
We love it.
Switch today and get 2 free 5G phones like the Motorola Edge with Turbo Power charging that gives you power for the day in just 15 minutes. And customers 55 and up can get 2 lines of talk, text, and data for only $30 a line. Go to T-Mobile.com/55 to learn more. With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 new lines with autopay for well-qualified customers, plus taxes, fees, and $35 per line connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us, plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. 45% off 2 lines versus AT&T Starter and Verizon Welcome. Plan benefits vary. See details at T-Mobile.com. Motorola Edge requires 68-watt charger. Chargers sold separately. Actual performance will vary based on usage and configuration.
Get ready for a night out with Jordan Davis. It's Country in the Park 2, Saturday, September 13th at Cal Expo. Along with the special guests, Mitchell Tenpenny, Low Cash, Vincent Mason, and Abriana. Make it a family day out with food trucks, games, dancing, and more. Saturday, September 13th at Cal Expo with Michelob Ultra. Tickets are available now at CITPFest.com.
Only one radio program captures the excitement of hunting and fishing as it happens. The award-winning California Sportsman with Sep Hendrickson. Only California Sportsman takes you where the action is. Live on the water, live in the blind, and live with the top pros and experts in outdoor sports. California Sportsman with Fishing Hall of Famer Sep Hendrickson is your premier destination for all things outdoors. Sep's Saturday Morning Outdoors. Ultimate Bass and California Sportsman, 5 a.m. to 8 a.m. Saturdays on Sacktown Sports 1140.
With 25 award-winning years in Northern California, Ashton & Price is your local injury law firm. Pro attorney tip: if a firm presents as local but they're in LA, red flag. If your first consultation is not with a lawyer, big red flag. At Ashton & Price, your first consult is with a local attorney, and if serious injury prevents travel, a lawyer will come to you. Still not enough? George Washington's my uncle. At Ashton & Price, no red flags, just red, white, and blue.
Remember, for the best advice, don't think twice. Call Ashton & Price.
At SMUD, we power business with incentives, strategic account advisors, 50% lower rates, and clean energy solutions. We help businesses thrive. That's our clean power promise. Learn more at smud.org.
KHTK HD1 Sacramento, KYMX HD3 Sacramento. From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios.
Sacktown Sports 1140. You are home for Kings Talk and so much more.
Live and local.
Allen Stiles on Sacktown Sports.
1 hour down, and it was a hell of an hour, by the way. We have 3 more with you, taking you up to 2 p.m. By the way, our first edition of Sit Down with Styles is going to be at 1 o'clock. We will have 19-year-old Ayana Gonzalez in studio, the first female boxer in Sac State history. We have a sit-down with her in just her first year. She's already become the first female All-American and a standout in the inaugural year of the Combat U boxing program. So as we continue this thing, specifically in the summer, we really want to highlight a lot of different talents throughout Sacramento and the surrounding Sacramento areas. And we're kicking it off with Ayana, and we're really excited about that. If there's anybody that you feel like we should be highlighting, and it doesn't just have to be sports, by the way. I talk about food all the time on this show, and later in the show, I got to complain about this Euro Bowl that I got last night. And I had to complain on DoorDash. It was a whole thing. So that is coming up.
No, you're that guy?
No, I am that guy. So that's coming up later in the show as well. But it could be music. It could be obviously sports, food, entertainment, anything like that. We want to give an opportunity to the up-and-comers and the currents and the present, the past, and the future of Sacramento and the surrounding areas. We want to give everyone an opportunity for our sit-down with Styles. And today it will be with the first female boxer in Sacramento State history, Stingers Up. Right now, we are going to get to what feels like the first point guard in Kings history since the departure of De'Aaron Fox. Go ahead and hit it, Kyle. That was a good one. Send your segue strikes again.
We can do better.
No, okay. The scale is 5. How about that? So when I have a segue, 5 is the highest, and you tell me that was a 4, that was a 3, that was a 5. Okay?
That was 3.5.
So who is it that we're talking about? A couple people have got it right. UPS Chris, who has been on a heater. Talk about what is it that Dave and Jason do? Not beat the streak.
Streaking.
UPS Chris's streak is still alive.
And we're trying to figure out what's going to last longer. UPS Chris's streak of guessing the players right, or the A's losing streak. They're both at 6.
That's right. And the player is 1, Kobe White. Kobe White, 1 year on an expiring contract that fits inside the Kings trade exception. We've talked about Kobe White a good bit on this show. He is an electric point guard. Would you say he is a Darius Garland? He looks a little bigger than Darius Garland. Would you call him a Darius Garland variant? Is that fair?
I would say on a scale of Colin Sexton to Darius Garland, he's probably about a 6. Like somewhere in the middle of Colin Sexton and Darius Garland.
So he played 74 games. He goes, this is what I tell you. Basketball Reference has him at 6'5". So I always go by Basketball Reference. One of the rare players on Basketball Reference with no nicknames, by the way. I don't know if that should be a red flag or not. No nicknames for Kobe White. He went to North Carolina. He was the 7th overall pick in 2019. Like I said, he played 74 games last season, and God bless him for doing that on the Bulls. 20.4 points per game, 5 points more than his career average, 3.7 rebounds per game, 4.5 assists per game, 45.3% from the field, 37% from 3, 90% from the free throw line. And, he's up across the board in all of his statistics. And I would say this is a guy who a lot of people are going to be after him. You look at the contract, you look at the age, he's 25 years old, and he didn't just turn 25, but he turned 25 in February. So he'll go through a lot of next season as a 25-year-old. Taking a look at what he's done in his career, this is by far, like I said, the last season was that true breakout season, as he only started 2 games in 2023, but in that next season, he goes from, 13 points per game, 15.1 points per game, 12.7 points per game. And obviously some of that was DeMar and Zach LaVine, 9.7 points per game in 2023. Then last season, he shoots up to 19.1 points per game and eclipses that this season with 20.4 points per game. He averaged 4.5 assists per game. Last season, he was at 5.1. So he can get to that threshold if enough players around him. I would say, Kyle, I know a couple things have moved around. Having Josh Giddey on the team may have affected his ability to distribute the basketball a little bit. Josh Giddey's even more of a pure point guard than him. So they're not fully redundant. Coby White is a much better scorer right now than Josh Giddey. But this is a guy, you look at his contract, it's an outstanding contract. This is somebody I would say the Bulls are going to try to get somebody to pay a little extra, because 12.8 for Coby White is a steal. It's expiring, but you can go ahead and re-sign him if he balls out with you, as he is heading into his prime. I don't believe that Coby White has hit his prime yet. I also don't know that a lot of people are completely sure of what his ceiling is. But you look at what he's done. He's 25 years old, a young 25, 12.8 on his contract. He's going to be looking for a lot more than that, I would say, going into his next contract. And again, got to preface everything, relatively speaking, we know $12.8 million is a lot of money, but the deal was for 36 mil. He is, I think, going to be one of the shady, low-key, sexy names on the market this season. And I think the Kings are going to, if they want him, there will be some version of a bidding war. And it turns into, and we'll get into this on the other side, what exactly the Kings want to give up to get him.
Yeah, I'm looking at the contracts of other point guards in the NBA, and outside of the max deals, kind of that next tier is like, you're looking at Emmanuel Quickley at $32 million a year. You're looking at Malcolm Brogdon got $22 million a year. Terry Rozier signed that crazy $24 million a year contract. DeJounte Murray's extension with the Pelicans is $28 million. I don't know if Coby White is as good as DeJounte Murray, but you're probably looking at that like $20 to $25 million range if you want to extend Coby White after this season. Maybe the Sacramento Kings say, we'll just ride it out for 1 year, let him hit free agency. We have the bird rights. If it comes in at $20 million a year, we'll bring him back kind of situation. But at least for the 1 year, you have him at, like you said, $12 million, which means you can essentially add him like a free agent. You because they have the trade exception from giving up Kevin Huerter, which honestly would be kind of like best of both worlds for everyone, because the Bulls are trying to make room for Josh Giddey here. Yeah. You take Kevin Huerter, we'll take Coby White, see if we can fix both of those guys. And that would kind of be the trade-off the Kings are making there, is getting a point guard in Coby White and giving up a shooting guard, getting a point guard in Coby White and a shooting guard in Zach LaVine. Wow, actually, I'm just talking this out on the air. If they got Coby White, it would be trading backcourts. The Kings gave up the backcourt of Fox and Huerter for the Bulls backcourt of Coby White and Zach LaVine. That's kind of funny to think about.
Yeah, and people have even been bringing up Lonzo Ball. I don't know how the Bulls, and when we talk about who's in a better or worse situation, I don't know how the Bulls somehow ended up with 3 point guards. I'm not really sure how exactly that happened, but why does it feel like this season, of course, what the Kings need feels like everybody needs that too? Somehow the Warriors are connected to Coby White, even though they have Brandon Podziemski. I know Brandon Podziemski, he doesn't identify as, he's not a scorer. He's not a point guard. He's just a basketball player.
Sure.
So now the Warriors need a point guard. All these teams need point guards now. So I know a lot of people yesterday were talking about Lonzo, and also obviously Coby White's been connected to the Warriors as well. And of course, Josh Giddey is the one that they're going to keep. But somehow the Bulls have 8,000 point guards and they don't know what they're doing with any of them.
And it only costs them Alex Caruso, maybe the most impactful defensive player in the entire playoffs.
So I think there's going to be a lot of people lined up. We can have the Lonzo conversation when we need to have it. Coby White, to me, is a better player than Lonzo. I trust Coby White more to finish a season than Lonzo. Obviously, Lonzo is more that pure point guard, But I don't know. I don't want to get too caught up on we need a floor general because I think that's what's been happening. I don't know that people realize how bad the point guard play was. They just need somebody that is familiar with the point guard position. I don't think they need a Steve Nash disciple. I don't think they need a John Stockton disciple. They just need somebody that knows how to play the point guard position.
Yeah, they just need not Malik Monk.
I mean, essentially. And Malik can still do his thing in spurts exactly like what he was doing with De'Aaron. De'Aaron is not a pure point guard.
No, but De'Aaron at least is more of his game is more playmaking. Malik Monk's is playmaking, but it's playmaking from the wing. It's spot up shooting. It's DHOs where Sabonis is the ball handler and he's playing off of that. Mm-hmm. So it's very different games between what Malik Monk does as a quote-unquote ball handler or what Zach LaVine would do as a theoretical ball handler versus Kobe White or, to your point, De'Aaron Fox, which is scoring at 3 levels and playmaking.
So if I'm the Kings, obviously I'm interested. I think now if we're talking about what we just discussed and we're gonna bring up what it would take to get them. But yeah, if you can't, and again, we have a lot of caveats today and a lot of prefaces today, just to be very clear when it's, do you want to blow things up or not? Again, if you're not going to blow it up, if you're just refusing to blow it up, sure. Kobe White and John Collins, is that a successful offseason for the Kings? John Collins is gone with DeRozan. We'll discuss what it would take to get Kobe White. If that's what they brought home this offseason and blowing it up is not a question, that's relatively speaking, the theme for the day, that is a good summer. It is.
While not compromising your long-term future.
Which is exactly what we're going to get into on the other side. Kyle has cooked up. How many trades today, Kyle?
2.
2 trades for one Kobe White. Are we in or are we out? Let's hear what Kyle has to say. 1 minute and we're back. Don't move. Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
Hey, it's Carmichael Dave here for American Energy, and oh my goodness, I'm born and raised here. I know it gets hot, but my goodness, we're already seeing 100-degree days. Listen to me. You do not want your system to conk out in the middle of June or July or August with one of those big 100-degree stretches. You want to make sure you're good all summer long. And my friends at American Energy Heating and Air can do that with a $24.50 tune-up right now. That's half price. And if you need a new system, $3,500 off, up to $3,500 off in rebates for qualified systems. They've been around since 1981, serving the greater Sacramento area. A+ with the Better Business Bureau. Call them right now, 916-520-9990. That's 916-520-9990. Jingle Singers, take it away.
Call 916-520-9990 now.
Allen Stiles. Watch the show on youtube.com/Sacktown Sports 1140.
Or listen on the Sacktown Sports app.
Kobe White is the trade target today. A lot of people were talking about Lonzo. We'll get to Lonzo at some point, I'm sure.
Do we have to?
You know what's funny to me? Why is Lonzo separate from all the Bulls jokes? I saw, and I don't know, I can't tell on social media if Dave was being facetious or not, but Lonzo's owed $10 million. Obviously, that's a good deal if you get Lonzo, if you get good Lonzo and healthy Lonzo. But, Dave had mentioned, hey, the Kings do need a point guard. I know there's kind of a inside joke there, but I saw a lot of Kings fans talking about it. Is Lonzo just not actually a Chicago Bull because he hasn't played a lot and we don't really know what Lonzo is? Because I didn't see anybody saying any Sacramento Bulls jokes with Lonzo. Everybody seemed good with adding Lonzo to the squad.
My theory is two things at work here. Number one, yes, we all feel bad about him because of his knees exploding for basically 2 seasons. Second, we don't associate him with the Bulls first, right? Because when you think Lonzo Ball, you still think Lakers, right?
I just think he's not even. He's just there. He's just a basketball player.
I guess when I think of Lonzo Ball team, my word association is still Lakers, even though he hasn't been on the Lakers in 6 years. That's still the team, and has been on the Bulls almost twice as long as he was on the Lakers.
Right.
I still think of him as being a Laker.
So, and like I said, we'll discuss Lonzo. People want to talk about him. Obviously, to me, Coby White is a better player. He's younger, and he's only slightly more expensive. Lonzo has a club option the next season, which you could opt into. Coby White would just be a free agent. You can look to extend him. But before you can do any of that, you got to get him in the building. And Kyle, how are the Kings going to do that?
All right. Well, it's pretty straightforward because Coby White can be absorbed into the trade exception. So the first deal I'm going to throw at you here, because I think you're probably going to feel better about this one, is Coby White for Terrence Davis, which is just, you have to send someone, and a 2026 Kings first round pick that is top 10 protected. So not lottery, but play in.
Protected from the garbage.
Protected from only if you don't make the play in or win the lottery. Protected. So it's not quite playoff protected. It's play in protected, if that makes sense.
Do it now. And if you're the Bulls, would you or would you not do it? The Bulls, he's on an expiring contract. He's a good player. And like I said, I think there will be somewhat of a bidding war, but I don't know that anyone, it is a good contract that's about to expire. I can't see anyone giving you, the only thing would be an unprotected. Right, you're not getting 2. Maybe it's a this and a second, which I'd still do.
Maybe pick 42 has to go.
Yeah, I would do this and pick 42 in a heartbeat. But the Bulls, you're not getting 2 firsts or anything, and unless you're getting. The only thing I would say is, could you get that pick and a young player?
Well,
on top of it,
that brings us to trade number 2, which is a straight up swap, 1-for-1, Coby White for Devin Carter.
I say yes right now. I don't know.
Yes, you would do it if you're the Kings.
Right now. Yes.
Interesting.
I don't know if I would do it if I were the Bulls. We'd have to know what do people think about Devin Carter? Supposed to be the steal of the draft. Kevin O'Connor, this is the only nice thing he said about the Kings in the last 5 years. Ended up being injured. Wasn't a good draft, or perceived as not a good draft. So I would do it. That brings back the question, could you do, a Devin Carter and the first round top 10 protected is maybe a smidge too much.
Mm-hmm.
Now it turns into, what do you think about Coby White? If Coby White, again, if there is a unofficial conversation about Coby White extending with you,
you'd feel better if they did extend Coby White.
Yes. So, Devin Carter. I'm just looking at it from the Bulls' point of view, and maybe I'm overvaluing Coby White, but Devin Carter, that first round top 10 protected, Coby White is going to extend. Where do we sign?
So I guess if I'm doing math in my head, it would be the Bulls next year would be running it with Giddey, I guess Kevin Huerter for now, Devin Carter, Matas Buzelis,
now we're talking.
And let's say they draft a center and trade Vucevic. Then they're essentially going the tear it down route, and you're starting 4 players on the rookie. Well, I guess Giddey would get extended. So 3 players on their rookie contracts.
That is a rough watch.
Yeah.
I'm not signing up for that watch, but like I said, being out in Chicago and now seeing all the Bulls stuff or just Chicago sports stuff come through my feed because of the algorithm. That is the clip we played when I first got back from the summit, and it was one of the Chicago radio shows just saying, we are stuck. It sounded like a Kings conversation, which is why I played it, but this is a way for them to get unstuck.
It's not a way to get unstuck. It's a way to fully commit to the teardown.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
They're stuck in the middle right now. This would unstick them and say, we are tearing it down.
Well, it would start the process, right? Because they would still have to trade Vucevic, who is also on an expiring contract. So they would still have to move him. I think if they could, they would move Kevin Huerter. I just don't think they can move Kevin Huerter unless it's for another bad contract right now, because Kevin Huerter has 1 year and $18 million left. So I guess they're just looking at it like prioritizing Giddey's development. If they get Devin Carter in the door, they can start him at the 2 or the 3 next season.
Yeah.
And Matas Buzelis, they can figure out what those guys are while subsequently tanking and getting their 3 or 4 lottery picks.
Yeah, I'm just not sure that the, I guess, narrative on Devin Carter is strong enough to just straight up swap Kobe White. And now I think that they don't need a point guard, so they're okay with Devin Carter being more of a combo guy for sure. I just think that Kobe White, 20 points per game scorer 2 seasons in a row. He was 19 the season before. 25 years old. He's only costing $12 million. He's probably going to extend with whoever he signs with because he's kind of a nomad at this point, looking for a home. I just can't see them being okay with only Devin Carter. Well, I can't see that.
Do you think, because Devin Carter was the 13th pick in last year's draft, and I know we talk about like draft picks are kind of like used cars at times, where as soon as you draft him, the value immediately goes down.
Yeah, he's had more injuries after the fact that he didn't start the season. He didn't end the season either, or he missed a bunch of games at the end of the season.
But if you're the Bulls, would you rather just take the future first round pick of the Kings, or do you want?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Because
this is my, as one of the texters put it, my Devin Carter bias is kind of showing. Because maybe.
Let's say the Kings finish 9th in the West again. Like they get Kobe White and they make the play-in and they don't get it. Would you rather have the 13th pick in last year's draft or the 13th pick in next year's draft is kind of what you're asking if you're the Bulls.
Everybody's always going to say next year.
I disagree. It depends how good you think that player who was picked at 13
is. Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. I don't know that Devin Carter, I don't know how Devin Carter is viewed. I don't know how the Bulls view Devin Carter. But nationally, you're looking around. Think about it like this, right? I know he was injured, but we're not having this. This is a no-brainer if he was even an all-rookie snub, right? He's not even an all-rookie snub from a bad rookie class. Some of that's injury, but this is the 13th pick coming off an injured season, not a top 10 pick coming off an injured season.
Maybe it's different because Kobe's only on the 1-year deal, right? Maybe if he signs an extension with the Kings right away, which unless the Kings are willing to offer him 20 to 25 million, I think Kobe might be better off just playing the free agency game next year because he would be an unrestricted free agent. But maybe if it comes with an extension, I'd feel better about it. But the tough part is
about giving up the future,
about giving up the more on top of Devin Carter. But the flip side is if they make this move and they're still the 10th or the 11th seed, now you've mortgaged a draft pick for next year. So you can't even start the rebuild because you've just given up your draft, unless you just at the deadline say we're trading everyone and tanking so that we can keep the draft pick.
But this comes back to the same conversation of why they probably shouldn't be doing this anyway, right? I mean, what you're saying is not wrong. And I think that they would be in the conversation for the 6th seed if they got John Collins and Kobe White for sure. But we're talking about making moves to be the 6th seed, which is inherently the problem.
Yeah. And I guess that's maybe where the pick makes more sense than the Devin Carter, which is from the Kings standpoint, which is, if this thing goes south, at least we can say we're just going to tank and protect the draft pick. So that way even if things go awful, we can still end up in the top 7 of the draft, and we still get to use that pick anyways.
Yeah, maybe it's Devin Carter and a good second rounder, something like that.
Give up 42.
Yeah, like I said, I'm doing it. I'm just trying to convince the Bulls to do it. That's where I'm.
You think the Bulls can get more for Kobe?
I think so. I mean, think about we said the Warriors had been connected to Kobe. Moses Moody is interesting. He just signed that. So Moses Moody, 2 more years. I don't know. Right. I would say maybe Devin Carter is a bit more. There's a bit more hope with Devin Carter than Moses Moody.
Do the Warriors have any picks in the they have pick 41, so it's the same as the Kings. If I made it Moses Moody and pick 41 instead of Devin Carter and pick 42, I don't know if that's that much.
If I'm the Bulls, I'm going with Devin Carter because he fits the timeline a little bit better. Even though Moses Moody is only 22, 23
Yeah,
as well.
Moses Moody I think is younger than Devin Carter. But that's the thing. If you're the Kings and you offer Devin Carter and pick 42 and the Warriors offer Moody and pick 41, then it's just up to the Bulls to say which prospect do we like more. Maybe the Kings win that deal if they offer the pick next year.
What I'm saying is that at that price point with Kobe White, I simply believe that there is enough somewhere in the NBA to outbid Devin Carter by itself. That's what I'm saying. And there's somebody out there that will be able to outbid Devin Carter and pick 42. Whether it might not be Moses Moody in 41, but that price point, there are a lot of guys on a price point that I feel the Bulls would say, yeah, we're going to go with this 21-year-old whatever or 22-year-old whatever.
21-year-old middle of the first round pick and another second rounder.
Exactly. But am I doing that? I'm doing both them deals. I'm doing them right now. There's no question. All right. It's time to tick some people off or tick even more people off. Kyle wants to do a little bit of revisionist history and ask the question, could the 2023 Beam Team have done what the 2025 Pacers just did? Oh, this should be fun. Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9861. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9861. That's 800-575-9861. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Whitey here for Napoleon Grills, reminding you that when buying a new grill, every detail matters. While supplies last, you'll receive a $149 gift with purchase on every new Napoleon Prestige stainless steel grill. The kit even includes a pizza lover starter kit and much more. And now up to $79 off Napoleon Rogue models. Napoleon grills are built different, built better, built to last, with a lifetime warranty and premium steel that boasts amazing quality. Visit Green Acres Nursery today for your best selection of Napoleon grills and accessories.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Come check out Capital Casino, Sacramento's #1 poker room with the most variety of table games in the region in a safe and friendly environment. Plenty of well-lit parking available, conveniently located in downtown Sacramento. And remember, Capital Casino has the best food, the best service, and the best action. 411 North 16th Street in downtown Sacramento. For more information, log on to capital-casino.com, and please gamble responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Allen Stiles
You can join the show by texting 916-339-1140
on Sacktown Sports.
Kyle Ledbetter has a situation that's probably going to annoy some people. And I don't even know if I'll agree with it or not. But we are going to have him break all of that down. 916-339-1140. But first, pool guy Mark wants to be part of the conversation. What's up, pool guy Mark? What you got for us?
Sorry about that. I had you on mute accidentally.
Oh, you're good. What you got?
Well, like 3 points, I guess for me, I feel like any of these point guards, like Kobe, I mean, if we trade for him, we're back to like our Fox situation. I mean, I don't think he's any better than Fox, and I don't think this really worked with Fox. And on top of that, we're giving up an asset, which I kind of like. I mean, did anybody watch Kobe White play defense this year? I mean, that dude can play.
Mm-hmm. You talking about Kobe White or Devin?
I'm talking about Devin now.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, he showed me something. You know, I know he was hurt and all this, and I know you personally wanted somebody else in the draft, and I get it. I mean, you know, I wanted Luka. You know what I mean?
Right.
I mean, that stuff is hard to. I think this kid. I think the Kings are sleeping on this guy if they trade him away. You know, he really showed me something on defense, and his basketball IQ is, I think, off the charts. I mean, he's got to fix that crazy jumper.
Right.
And for me, I feel like my last point is like, man, we got a lawnmower in the background. It's our center, and like Sabonis. I mean, if he's an all-world center, then why isn't his trade value high right now? You know, isn't it going to be a lot lower a year from now? He'll be back, basically trading away an expired contract. I mean,
right. And thank you for the call, pool guy Mark. Well, it depends on. Yeah, it would be expiring based on how you look at it. Next season, he would be going into 2 more years on the deal. Right now, Domantas Sabonis has 3 years on the deal. So next season, he'd still have 2. So he would not be expiring next offseason. He would still have 2 years on the deal. So he wouldn't be expiring then. I'm just double checking now. Yeah. We got 3 years left. Then next season, he'd have 2 years left. So he's not expiring or he wouldn't be expiring next offseason. As far as his value, I think it's just a matter of, again, what I've been saying. 3 years is a real deal commitment. 2 years is 1 year of a commitment. And then the next year, it's $49 million, but it's an expiring contract. And then you extend him if it's working. If it's not working, it's a little bit different. As far as Devin Carter is concerned, I just think it's a matter of we're looking around, running out of ways to get better. If you can't move Devin Carter for a proven 20-point per game score in Kobe White, again, this is all with the idea of the Kings refusing to blow it up, and maybe that's kind of what pool guy Mark was referring to as far as if you want to move Sabonis. But if you're not going to blow it up, you start looking around, and you need Keegan, right? You need Keegan. We've already done away with DeMar DeRozan. But you just don't have a lot. Nobody wants to move Keon. I think some people might want to move Malik, but I don't know where Malik's value is. There's just not a ton of assets to choose from. Everybody in this new CBA is trying to get younger.
Well, and the other part is, and I don't want to get too deep in the weeds on it, but basically the further along you get with Sabonis's contract, the less leverage you have.
Right.
Because if you get to a year or a year and a half left on the deal, nobody's trading for him unless he's willing to sign an extension. So then you have to ask him, where would you be willing to sign an extension? At which point it limits the number of teams you can trade with. With 2 years left on the deal, more people are willing to make that trade because their blueprint is a 2-year window.
Nick says, Nick from the 916 says, the more and more you discuss the daily trade candidates reconfirms to me that this team needs to bite the bullet and rebuild, all caps. There is no retooling that can fix this team. The continuous retooling continues to put this organization behind. Retooling makes this team a fringe play-in team, in my opinion. No, you're not. It's not just your opinion, Nick. That's everybody's opinion, which is why I know this is probably not the best way to sell the season, but I don't work for the Kings. I just work for the station that is the flagship for the Kings, which is why The fireworks, in my opinion, will come next season. This season, I compared it to the first season for a college coach, right? With Scott Perry being that college coach. He doesn't have his recruits yet. He hasn't made his decisions yet. This season is, let's get some John Collins type back for DeMar DeRozan and a point guard off the free agent list. And then next season, Domantas Sabonis 2 years left, Zach LaVine 1 year left. Then we have a lot more flexibility. This season, it's kind of every other season, right? 2023 is like Giants odd years, but worse, or even years, but worse. 2023 was Beam Team, electric. Let's just say stuff happened, right? Good or bad. 2023, stuff happened. 2024, nothing really happened. 2025, stuff happened. 2026, so odd years with the Kings. 2026, I don't know that anything will happen unless it's the trade, which would, yes, unless it's the trade deadline.
Which I think would only happen if A, someone makes a Godfather offer for Sabonis, or B, they're in like 12th place or 13th place.
2027 now will be when stuff happens again. That's how I see this thing going and kind of continuing with that pattern. All right, Kyle, let's hear what you got to say about this Beam team and what they would have done if they were the Pacers this season. What are you talking about?
Okay, you make the point that the Pacers are overachievers, correct?
Mm-hmm.
And I've brought up that if you look at the Pacers from the last 2 seasons,
right,
where they went to the Eastern Conference Finals and now the NBA Finals, they had a .591 regular season win percentage the last 2 seasons. The 2 seasons of Mike Brown as the coach between the Beam team and up until Luka sat on Malik Monk's leg at the end of 2024, the Kings had a .588 win percentage. Mm-hmm. So the Kings were the Pacers during their best 2-year stretch that the Pacers are on right now.
Right.
So I went back and tried to figure out, how does this Beam team compare to the 2025 Pacers? And if you look at the season as a whole, Beam team had a higher net rating than this Indiana Pacers team. Now, this Indiana Pacers team had a bad first half and a really good second half, so they were better post-January 1st, but Beam team had a better net rating, Beam team had a better offensive rating, and the Pacers had a better defensive rating. But put it all together, Beam team was actually better than this 2025 Indiana Pacers team. And if you look at record, which is the Beam team won 48 games, this Pacers team won 50 games, both teams would have been the 4 seed in this year's Eastern Conference. So the Beam team could have had exactly the same path through the playoffs as this Indiana Pacers team did. They both would have been the 4 seed in this year's Eastern Conference.
And now,
so the next step is to figure out how would they have done in the playoffs.
Right. And now, if you want to continue to go down that path,
which we will.
They're beating the Bucks.
So I pulled the net ratings between. I did post January 1st because that's just the first half of the NBA season doesn't matter.
Right.
So post January 1st, Bucks were 3.2 net rating. Beam team Kings were plus 3.4 net rating. So the Beam team was slightly better than the Bucks. If we still assume Damian Lillard unfortunately tears his Achilles in the playoffs, the Beam team, even though they would have had no answer for Giannis defensively, we still think they probably would have beaten the Bucks with no Damian Lillard?
Yes.
Okay, so then we go to the next round of the playoffs, which is the Cavaliers. Better team irrefutably than the Beam team, without question. So I went back game by game through that second round series, Pacers versus Cavs, and just kind of said, what results would I change if I made it the Beam team instead of that Cavs team? So game 1, the Cavs probably win, at home, first game of the series. They had the Pacers beat also. Game 2, with no Darius Garland or Evan Mobley playing, I said the Kings would win. I said the Cavs win game 3 because they won by 20. I say the Kings won game 4 because the Pacers won by 20 in real life. Game 5, with the series tied 2-2, if you remember that game, this was the one that the Cavs got eliminated. Garland came back, but him and Donovan Mitchell were terrible.
Yeah.
Just truly terrible. Like 4 for 19 from the 3-point line. And so I went back and pulled the numbers and said, if the Kings played just as well as the Pacers and Garland and Mobley had an average game, the Kings still would have won that game 5 against the Cavs. So my question to you is now, and for the audience, do we think that the Beam team would have been able to close out a 3-2 lead against a fully healthy or a full-strength Cleveland Cavaliers team in the second round? Game 6 in Sacramento, Game 7 in Cleveland.
Personally, I don't think so.
You don't think they would have been able to close it out?
No. I'm just thinking about Domantas Sabonis and the issues that he had against Kevon Looney.
Yeah.
And how that would have affected, playing Mobley and Jared Allen.
So
I think they lose to the Cavs.
They lose to the Cavs in 7?
Yeah, and I know we got to get to the other side here. So
the real quick answer is, say if they even win, they would have gone to a winner-go-home Game 7 against the Knicks in the Garden.
And they would have lost that. I've been here for 2 years. I haven't seen the Kings beat the Knicks. I haven't seen the Kings lose to the Knicks by less than double digits once.
Yeah. So the answer to the question, would the Beam team have done as well as this Pacers team, is they either would have lost Game 6 and Game 7 against the Cavs and lost in the second round, or they would have lost Game 7 at Madison Square Garden in the conference finals, which honestly would have been pretty cool just to have had that run.
It would have been awesome. It would have been awesome. I think that was a very fair assessment, Kyle.
Yes.
Great job.
And the bottom line is the Pacers are overachieving a lot right now.
Yes, because I think if you flipped it, you'd say the Pacers would lose, but you never know, and that's why, as much as this is done on paper, the game ain't played on paper. When we return, Brett Siegel, you'll never believe who DeMar DeRozan is connected to. Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
Hey, Joy. Oh, you are glowing.
Oh, hey. More like Mira joyed that Miralax helped me go. I was so backed up. Tried mega coffees, prune juice, everything. Then Miralax. And hello, gentle relief without the harsh side effects.
Ooh, how does it work?
It works naturally with the water in your body for constipation relief. Find Miralax today at your local retailer.
Use as directed for occasional constipation.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Allen Stiles here with your Sacktown Sports Injury Update, brought to you by Downtown LA Law Group. Jose Leclerc, right-handed pitcher out with that right lat strain, recently began playing catch, though the A's expect a long recovery process before he returns to action. Gio Urshela had an MRI which confirmed a left hamstring strain. He is sidelined from baseball activity for the time being with no timeline for a return yet. That was your Sacktown Sports Injury Update, brought to you by Downtown LA Law Group.
Hey, I'm Allen Stiles. Have an injury? Call Downtown. Downtown LA Law Group, an injury law firm, has many happy clients in Sacramento and the surrounding areas who have called Downtown. Get paid for your injuries from slip and falls or auto accidents. One of their most recent settlements was $1.5 million for a motorcycle accident. Have you had an auto accident? Call Downtown. Text injury help to 40222. That's injury help to 40222 and visit them at calldowntown.com.
The high-pitched panic guy who says,
"Are you serious right now? This is ridiculous!"
is nothing new. That's why Big O is replacing car worries with great deals during our Big O Worry Less-a-thon. Now through June 22nd, buy 3, get 1 free on 4 select in-stock Big O branded tires with installation purchase. Plus, you'll get our ProTech Plus warranty for free to put future maintenance worries to rest. It's the Worry Less-a-thon, now at Big O, the team you trust. Installation required. Disposal fees and shop fees extra where permitted. See store for pricing. Eligibility may vary. Not valid with other offers.
We just want to have enough money for retirement.
And travel to visit our grandchildren.
I understand. That's why at Fisher Investments, we start by getting to know each other so I can learn about your family, lifestyle, goals, and needs, allowing us to tailor your portfolio.
What about commission-based products?
We don't sell those. We're a fiduciary, obligated to act in your best interest.
So how do your management fees work?
We have a simple management fee based on the value of your portfolio. So we do better when you do better.
We appreciate that kind of transparency.
We also check in with you regularly to keep you up to date on the markets and your portfolio.
What other services do you offer?
As a client, you have access to resources on investing, financial planning, estate planning, Social Security, Medicare, and more.
Wow, it sounds like Fisher Investments has everything we need.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at fisherinvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Want the best movie experience in town? Join Sacktown Sports IMAX Pass by visiting sacktownsports.com. Sign up today. You can win tickets to see this week's films at the Esquire IMAX Theater.
Allen Stiles
You can join the show by texting 916-339-1140.
on Sacktown Sports.
DeMar DeRozan. Like, I'm not going to make it. Like I said, for my current situation, a little 2-year-old running around, I like Natomas. I like Sacramento. I ain't got no reason to be in Miami.
You got down with the toes?
I'm down. I don't got no reason to be in Miami. This song is very Miami, by the way. Driving around, lime green, Lambo that I rented with money that I do not have.
Do you know what this song is?
Do I know what this song is, Kyle?
Yeah, just saying. Are you just going on vibe or you know what the actual song
Kyle,
is?
do you know what this song is originally from?
I do not.
This is Lotto, yes.
Yes.
Do you know where the who she is sampling?
Yeah, the sample? No.
Go look it up, Kyle, before you ever try to ask me. Don't start this. Yesterday we did a whole thing, Kyle. Was that yesterday? I'm too I can't remember. Was that yesterday?
You mean the pool thing?
Yes.
Yes.
Somebody on the text line said Kyle's going to bring up the pool thing again.
I don't know.
Come on, Kyle. Don't get me started.
Oh, no. I know what the sample is.
Can you tell the class?
Is it the Mariah Carey song?
Yes.
Yeah,
Kyle.
okay.
Wow.
I'm sorry. I had a brain fart there. I know the song.
Where are my millennials at? It's time to get on. Look, every time Kyle does something like this, I just want you to text in or hop on the Sack Chat or call in and just say either take a lap or get in the pool. Take a lap or get in the pool.
I like that.
That's what we used to say back in the day. If somebody said something out of pocket, right, or people say pause or a or whatever, we'll just say take a lap. Or we'll give them the tech. That's a tech, bro. That's a tech. That's back in the day, though. That's millennial stuff. Hey, go take a lap, bro. That's crazy. That's crazy. And speaking of getting back to Miami and overpriced drinks and rented Lamborghinis, that could be where DeMar DeRozan could be headed. DeMar DeRozan, what a crazy path. He's in the 6. Then he gets to San Antonio. Beautiful Riverwalk. That's pretty much it. 6. That's pretty much it. Then he gets to Chicago. Now he's in Sacramento. He comes home to Sacramento, which is 7 hours away. And now he may possibly go to Miami. He's just gone to every corner. All he's missing is what is the Northeast. That's the only thing. You hit, let's do this. Miami, and then Boston needs something at the trade deadline, and then he goes to Miami for them to push to be the 1 seed because the East is trash, and he would hit every corner.
I think we're going to have to do another team because you know what Pat Riley doesn't do? Business with the Celtics.
That's also true.
I think we're going to need – can we compromise with Philly? Does Philly work? Philly
would be close enough. So this is Brett Siegel from ClutchPoints, friend of the show. He put out an article you can check out on ClutchPoints.com. And this is what he had to say about DeMar DeRozan. The Kings are expected to gauge the market for DeRozan this summer, sources said, since DeRozan will make $24.7 million during the 2025-2026 season. His scoring production on an affordable contract will draw a level of intrigue from teams seeking a proven star and not wanting to tie themselves down long term. For years, The Miami Heat have been labeled as a prime destination for DeRozan, and he will once again be viewed as a plausible target for Pat Riley's team. It is also possible that the Boston Celtics could express interest in a player like DeRozan and try to replicate Jason Tatum's lost production after the All-NBA first-team forward suffered a torn Achilles in the playoffs. Man, that sounds very, very familiar, doesn't it, Kyle? That sounds very familiar. Very familiar. We're on it out here. I'm trying to tell you, do not sleep on our sauces out here. Do not sleep on the sources out here. We've been trying to tell you.
The visions are clear now.
Oh, I don't have Jason Tatum. Can I interest you in a DeMar DeRozan? Oh, I didn't get a Kevin Durant, or I don't want to give up my firstborn child and 2 more picks. Can I interest you in a Kevin Durant?
And 2 more picks is crazy.
Oh, I want to stay in the play-in. Can I interest you, Miami Heat, in a DeMar DeRozan?
Or I want to get into the play-in.
That's also true.
If I'm Toronto or someone like
Can
that.
I interest you in a DeMar DeRozan? He could be the John Taffer of this bar rescue offseason. He'll go help you. Yeah, I need to get in the play-in. Here's a DeMar DeRozan.
I did really enjoy that one joke. I can't remember who I can give credit for, but it was the person who made the joke, Zach LaVine and DeMar DeRozan, made this whole life change just to lose in the play-in at 10:30 Eastern time instead of 7:30 Eastern time, and they had the guys from Tenet. I was like, that is an excellent joke, because now he's going to go to all 4 corners of America and Canada just to lose in the play-in.
So, look, man, as far as the Boston Celtics are concerned, what are you giving up? What are you willing to give up? I personally, if you're making me choose, this is a no-brainer, right, Kyle? Is there anybody saying they'd rather do DeMar DeRozan for Drew Holiday than Devin Carter and a protected first for Kobe White, assuming he'd extend? Is there anybody saying, no, I'd rather have Drew Holiday? Nobody, right?
Drew Holiday versus Kobe White, you're saying?
An extended Kobe White, and it'll cost you Devin Carter and a protected first.
I would say it depends on what you think Drew Holiday's projectability is, because I'm worried that Drew Holiday is about a year or 2 away from being a bad contract. But if you think Drew Holiday is going to be able to play into his mid-30s at the high all NBA defensive level he's been at the last 2 years, then you're maybe more willing to take on Drew Holiday. I think that's more a Drew Holiday question than it is a Kobe White question.
Yeah, so that is what's coming out from Brett Siegel. And as far as the Heat are concerned, that's another confusing one, and what they would be willing to give up. What excites you more? And I guess here's a question. What excites you more, Drew Holiday or Andrew Wiggins? Because the money works for both of those guys. I think it's unequivocally Andrew Wiggins. And that says more about the deals we're talking about. But I can't lie to you. I'm covering the Warriors when Andrew Wiggins was an all-star. That 2022 season when they won the whole thing. I don't know that he'll ever get back to that. But if he gets back to about 80% of that, I'll take it.
So I think Andrew Wiggins is a fine acquisition. I've also made the point that Wiggins and Zach LaVine were both part of the 2014 Timberwolves rookie class, and both have a very good relationship, reportedly still, according to some people. So maybe the idea is Wiggins and LaVine want to play with each other. They maybe help inspire each other's games a little bit. Who knows? I think you could do a lot worse with the DeMar DeRozan flip than ending up with Andrew Wiggins. You get DeRozan and say they get. I think Miami has a Warriors first round pick or something. Like, say you get a pick swap to move up in the draft and Andrew Wiggins. I think you could do a lot worse if you're the Kings than ending up with that.
So I have to say this before we get to a break.
Oh, I know where this is going.
Because I got to wear this. And I think it's really interesting how basically based on when you're born, I can wear when I am incorrect. So there are levels to this and levels to generations. So Kyle, the Gen Zer, heard the song that we played at the top of the segment and said, this is Lotto. I heard the song that was played and kind of tried to big bro Kyle and said, come on, bro, it's Mariah Carey. The text line in the chat are Big Bro and me saying, Allen, this is Tom Tom Club. 1981. Yeah. 1981. My parents, they weren't even married yet.
Generations, buddy.
They weren't married yet. I was born in 1990. I've definitely heard this, but I got to wear it.
But didn't I say the same
You
thing
said
about
the
Mariah
same
Carey?
exact thing.
I was like, oh, I've heard this before.
You definitely said the same exact thing. I got to wear that, man. I got to wear that.
Oh, this is so amazing.
I'm sure
you were
Kyle's
trying
just-
to punk me.
I did punk you. I
And
tried.
all of a sudden, all these Gen Xers here in the chat coming to Gen Z's defense. You know the meme from Predator with Carl Weathers and Arnold
Yes.
Schwarzenegger? This is Gen X and Gen Z coming together to check this millennial over here thinking
That's
that
me.
millennials invented music.
No, I didn't say that. Don't do that. Wow. I can't believe that. This is a banger, though.
Yeah,
That's
the
on
beat
me.
is what has survived the time, not the song.
And I knew it. I just,
Oh, yeah.
I got to take a lap. Alan, go take a lap, man.
I knew it. I've heard this before. I knew it.
I knew it. I heard it before.
This is cute because you and I both did the exact same thing. It's like, oh, I've heard this before.
I'm going to have to wear that. On the other side, we discuss a little bit of NFL with the running backs. Let's talk about the best running backs in the league and where Christian McCaffrey at this point stacks up. Also, some Brandon Ayuk drama coming up in the 12 o'clock hour. And we give you some hope, Kings fans, for what Scott Perry should do should he lose the battle to win the war. Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Do you find yourself stuck in a timeshare? Get the real facts about the timeshare industry and your options for cancellation. Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, has put together a free information guide that reveals the secrets the timeshare industry doesn't want you to know, including the 5 ways to get rid of your timeshare. Get this timeshare cancellation guide absolutely free.
Call 800-932-5858. That's 800-932-5858. 800-932-5858.
Progressive knows if you have to choose between everyday life and your RV wins.
What, are you going to take the RV to the mountains or go pick up your dry cleaning? RV wins! Are we cleaning the gutters or taking the RV camping? RV wins! Are we getting a new passport or cruising up the coast? RV wins!
Don't forget, you got that trip to Sweden coming up.
Oh, yeah, passport, then RV.
With Progressive, you can bundle your RV with your home or auto and save with a discount and spend more time enjoying those savings in your RV. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states and situations.
When you're young, life is full of choices. Don't let opioids like highly addictive and deadly fentanyl take away your life with just one wrong pill. Addiction is a disease that can affect anyone at any age. But there is a choice to get help for this disease. Find medically proven treatment options, including virtual, at choosemat.org.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Get ready for a night out with Jordan Davis. It's Country in the Park 2, Saturday, September 13th at Cal Expo. Along with special guests Mitchell Tenpenny, Locash, Vincent Mason, and Abriana. Make it a family day out with food trucks, games, dancing, and more. Saturday, September 13th at Cal Expo with Michelob Ultra. Tickets are available now at CITPFest.com.
KHTK HD1 Sacramento, KYMX HD3 Sacramento.
From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios, Sacktown Sports 1140.
Song with Rihanna, and I said, do you know this is a sample? And he had no clue it was from Santana, Maria. Now I'm wondering, well, I don't think that, now I'm wondering, are they all secret samples of other samples?
There are a few of those that sneak up on me nowadays too. I'm not saying it's all of them, but like at first the Coileray Players song, I was like, oh, hey, this is a great beat. And then I figured out it was a sample. So there's a couple that still sneak up on me.
The last one I'll say, and then we're going to get to this Zion news that just popped up, and we still have the running back ladder to get to, because we will play a good amount of this guy. And I'm just going to be honest here, because this is what we do on the show. Everybody knows I'm a huge fan of Blast. I've been to, I think, at least 2 of his concerts.
He's number 1 on my Spotify last year.
That's right. So Blast, his song Overrated. Okay, I'm sitting there. I've listened. That song was all over my playlist for a couple years now. It's been out a couple years. Over the past weekend, I'm in a weird early 90s R&B black hole, and I hear Donnell Jones and the song "This Love," and I hear him start singing Blast, his song Overrated. And I found out in that moment that Blast sampled Donnell Jones. So if I were to have that same situation with you again, Kyle, I would have tried to check you if somebody sampled Blast, and then somebody would have popped in and said, Allen, Blast sampled Donnell Jones.
See,
so now I got to check everything now.
There's a few of those like that for sure. I'm just going to use another Blast example. You hear me play this on the station all the time, which people from the 90s will know this beat, but this is Blast and Tyga and YG did a song that sounds like this.
Well, yes.
But there's a group of people that wouldn't know that this is the Tupac song because it's called West Coast Weekend, and they changed the lyrics.
Now I'm worried that Tupac sampled it.
He totally could have, you know?
Well, you never know.
Everyone's just ripping off everyone else.
There's only so many keys on a piano. That's what I always say.
I don't know a lot of 90s hip-hop. I know just enough to know that this is all about you.
Yeah.
But at the same time, there's definitely some Gen Z people who love Blast or Tyga. I don't know why you'd love Tyga, but there's Gen Z people who love them who probably didn't know.
Yeah, and hey, Let us know. Did Tupac get it from someone?
I hope this is a humbling experience for you. I hope that
not.
you will, next time you try and check me for being young or not knowing things from the early 2000s, I hope this humbles you a little bit.
We'll see what happens. Well, as we got this running back ladder to get to, but this just popped up. This is from NOLA.com. I don't know what's going on with the Zion allegations, but what I do know is this, again, from Rod Walker, NOLA.com, and this is what Joe Dumars, who is now in charge, we're trying to see what basketball decisions they're going to make. This is Joe Dumars on Zion. Here's the quote. I've had some real honest conversations with him, some real direct and honest conversations. We're going to go forward with Zion. He's going to continue to be a focal point here as we go forward. Posturing, I don't know, maybe, but this is what we've kind of been hearing. And now Joe Dumars, who is in charge of basketball operations and decision-making, is saying that they are moving forward with Zion, which I don't know what that says about the allegations. If I'm not going to even touch that, to be completely honest with you, but they're saying they're moving forward with Zion. Is it posturing? Is it not? The Pelicans, I think we need to talk about the Pelicans more. And, you know, if the Kings are going to get bagged on along with the Suns, I think the Pelicans need to get bagged on a little bit too with the Bulls. And there's a level of bagging on, and I don't think that we bag on the Pelicans enough. So we'll see what happens with Zion. But Joe Dumars is at least saying that they're moving forward with Zion.
So this is kind of the weird situation that they find themselves in, which is now you have to tippy-toe the line on the legal situation, which it seems like it's if I understand it correctly, it's a civil suit that will most likely end in a settlement of some kind.
Yes, cash me outside. How about that?
Some situation like that. They're going to try and avoid discovery probably so that some of these details don't come out. If you read, I apologize, I don't have the forum directly on who put out the initial report, but there's some details of abusive relationship patterns and things of those sorts that are now out there, but I think they're going to probably try and just move along and say the reputation is what the reputation is at this point. I mean, many from the Miles Bridges is on down, many other teams have chosen that path, and while it's probably morally reprehensible, it's the decision that these corporations are making.
Yeah, we'll see. I haven't heard anything. It came out, what was that, 2 weeks ago or early last week?
I think it was last week.
Early last week, and then we heard nothing else. And then the next time we're hearing about Zion, it's the Pelicans saying we're moving forward with Zion, and that's just kind of what it's going to be. And okay, we'll see. And is it surprising? I guess it kind of depends on what you thought Zion's market was going to be. Is it and by the way, real quick, Antonio Daniels, who I see him all the time. I still got to introduce myself, but I see him all the time. Pelicans play-by-play. He was on the Run It Back podcast. Kyle calls it that FanDuel podcast, but he echoed the same things. It sounds like everybody in the organization is saying the same things. They're moving forward with Zion. He's just saying, obviously, what he's hearing, same as Kyle Draper. He'll hear things as well. So they're all saying the same thing. They're moving forward with Zion, and that's quite the decision to make. It is what it is.
Yeah, I don't know how much, I guess now would be the time you say they could get out from Zion, but at the same time, other than maybe injury related, I don't think Zion's reputation has ever been lower because you have, again, there is the separate situation of the lawsuit detailing various cases of sexual assault and things of those sort and abusive relationship patterns and things like that. You have that on one side, but then you also have he was suspended earlier this year for violating team rules, injury issues, the weight concerns are still there. I don't know if Zion Williamson has ever had lower value, but that's also the situation where he's now considered to be available for the first time when the whole way through it was always, well, it's not going great, but you still take a bet on that guy. You still extend him. There's all sorts of difficult layers to navigate with it, but I guess this is the first time where, because it's a new person in charge, maybe they make the the switch or make the decision to finally move on, but it doesn't seem like they're doing that.
Let's get to this running back ladder, okay? And the way that we're going to do this is through Pro Football Focus. And rushing is kind of one component that they break down when they have their grades, right? So the PFF grading system isolates the runner's role on each carry, separating the work he does from that of his blockers. Expectations change given the run concept down, distance, quality of run blocking, and number of defenders in the box, and the raw grades will be adjusted on each play. Many runs will receive neutral or expected grades depending on opportunity or quality of blocking on the play, and our system accounts for those variations. So we'll see where Kyle or myself has an issue and where Christian McCaffrey falls.
Oh, this all sounds very nerdy. I love it.
No, we're not getting that nerdy. Number one, PFF writes, even at 31 years old, King Henry is deserving of number one on this list. He led the NFL in PFF rushing grade in 2024, winning PFF's Best Runner Award. Any issue with Derrick Henry at number one?
Nope. That is the best running back I've ever seen in my life.
Still.
Yes. Well, I mean, we'll keep going through the list, but I just hear that off top, and there's three names I think of that should be at the top, and one of those is Derrick Henry.
Number two, Saquon Barkley. Number three, Bijan Robinson.
Okay. I thought maybe we'd have McCaffrey there, but he was obviously hurt last year.
Number four, my personal favorite running back in the league. I don't know that he'll ever be the everyday guy, but if he's on TV, I'm watching. Number four, Jahmyr Gibbs of the Detroit Lions.
That's interesting because they kind of take offensive line out of the equation a little bit, and obviously Detroit has such an excellent offensive line. That's interesting to hear.
Number five, Josh Jacobs of the Green Bay Packers.
All right, no issue so far.
Okay.
I'm surprised McCaffrey isn't there yet.
Hey, hold on. Number six, Bucky Irving, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
Really?
Irving was sensational as a rookie. He didn't quite have the volume stats of other running backs in this list range, but his efficiency scores were that of a top 10 back. Number seven.
Can I guess?
Yes.
Is it Alvin Kamara?
You overthought it. Christian McCaffrey.
Oh, okay. Well, there you go.
We don't need to tell you how good Christian McCaffrey is when healthy. He has one of the top PFF rushing grades over the past 3 years. All of his fully healthy seasons have yielded incredibly high volume and efficiency numbers. But 2024 was once again a season riddled with injuries. McCaffrey played in just 4 games due to calf, Achilles, and knee ailments, and he will be 29. Just throw that on the end. And he'll be 29 years old this year. And he's hella old. They just throw it at the end.
By running back standards.
He's hurt and he's hella old. So he's number 7. Number 8, you have James Conner.
Okay.
Number 9, Devon Achane. And number 10, Kyren Williams of the Los Angeles Rams. So McCaffrey at number 7, they're basically saying, look, brother, you didn't play.
Yeah.
And we're still putting you in the top 10.
You still deserve to be in the top 10, even though you didn't play at all.
They got my boy, my future boy, Ashton Genty at 13, James Cook. James Cook at number 12 feels low to me, honestly.
Yeah, well, he sure wants people to think he's worth top running back money.
Number 11, Kenneth Walker III, Seattle Seahawks.
That dude is a beast.
It feels like he gets injured a decent bit, though.
I mean, so is Christian McCaffrey.
Yeah.
And Bijan Robinson feels like that dude's always questionable.
Number 7, all the way down to number 17, Joe Mixon. That didn't pop the way I thought it would pop. Did the Bengals, because a lot of people were getting on the Bengals, did the Bengals get out at a perfect time with Joe Mixon?
Chase Brown was awesome and less expensive last year. I'm just curious about one player. I know we got to go to break. Where does Jonathan Taylor sit now? 20
was your boy Alvin Kamara.
Yeah, that's just disrespectful.
19 was Aaron Jones, and you said Jonathan Taylor. He's right behind. He is behind Ashton Genty, who never took a snap in the NFL or hasn't yet. He is number 14.
That's fine with me. I was curious just because I was like, he could have been anywhere from like 10 to 30. I had no idea where he would end up.
So I think Christian McCaffrey, and I'll continue to say it, he's the most important piece on the Niners. You have to get him back going. They've moved on. They've moved on from some of the other running backs that they had. Jordan Mason, I was a little bit surprised at that. Isaac Guerrero, we know he's got the speed. He doesn't really do the catching out of the backfield thing quite like some of the other guys. So it's if you don't have Christian McCaffrey, and again, Brock got good money, but he didn't get, I don't need a running back money. They need a running back.
Yeah, they do, but while I would make the case Trent Williams might be the most important player on the 49ers, I understand the sentiment with just how much they changed what they do on offense when they got Christian McCaffrey and then by proxy Brock Purdy, because Brock Purdy's only ever quarterbacked the 49ers in a Christian McCaffrey offense.
In 1 minute, we find out why Brandon Ayuk and Allen Stiles are very similar when it comes to drama. Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
With 25 award-winning years in Northern California, Ashton & Price is your local injury law firm. Pro attorney tip: if a firm presents as local but they're in LA, red flag. If your first consultation is not with a lawyer, big red flag. At Ashton & Price, your first consult is with a local attorney, and if serious injury prevents travel, a lawyer will come to you. Still not enough? George Washington's my uncle. At Ashton & Price, no red flags, just red, white, and blue.
Remember, for the best advice, don't think twice. Call Ashton & Price.
Come check out Capital Casino, Sacramento's #1 poker room with the most variety of table games in the region in a safe and friendly environment. Plenty of well-lit parking available, conveniently located in downtown Sacramento. And remember, Capital Casino has the best food, the best service, and the best action. 411 North 16th Street in downtown Sacramento. For more information, log on to capital-casino.com, and please gamble responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
You're home for Kings Talk and so much more.
Live and local.
Allen Stiles on Sacktown Sports.
Brandon Ayuk, Allen Stiles, what do they have in common? Well, I'll tell you what, if your guess was bank account, you are incorrect. But sometimes you're just a little bit pettier than you should be. We kicked off the show and Kyle would tell me, Allen, stop fighting with people on the text line. And funny enough, because you'll see the text line when you sit down, and during crosstalk, Dave had an epiphany that him and I are more similar than he would like to admit. I guess
he is me.
I guess it's a running inside joke with Chris Verlade, because I'll see Dave respond to people on the text line too. And Brandon Ayuk had this to say on his Instagram. Now, Brandon Ayuk has gone after fans before. Instagram is interesting because I would assume, and when I clicked on his story to make sure it was real, his DMs are closed. So, you go to some of these famous celebrities and athletes and their DMs are closed. So you can't just DM them. You can comment on their stuff, right? And obviously you leave the comments up so you can get more interaction. So I don't know where people are getting at Brandon Ayuk specifically on the Instagram platform, but clearly he is ticked off. And this is what he had to say. Y'all, crybaby bleep divas be killing the vibes on Instagram. Shaking my head. It got to be an age limit on hating. If you 30 years or older, just post your kids and shut the bleep up. That was Brandon Ayuk. And I would say, very similar to Kyle telling me to stop fighting with people on the text line, Brandon Ayuk, I don't know about his brother, but somebody in Brandon Ayuk's camp is saying, bruh, just leave it. Just leave it alone. Now,
frankly, insane.
I will say this, the same way it's easy for people to say, man, you're a millionaire, just let it go. You're still humans. You don't like anybody talking trash to you, and you want to say things back. But if I'm Brandon Ayuk and I'm not trying to put myself in a different position, because I do think somebody would have to tell me to stop, as people already have to tell me to stop on social media and on text lines. But if you're Brandon Ayuk, I just think you're coming off a season of injury. People have been talking crazy. And I've said this before. NFL fans talk crazier than any other fans, in my opinion. Like NFL fans, they get at people crazy. More than NBA fans, more than Major League Baseball fans. I don't know why, but they do be saying some crazy stuff. So Brandon Ayuk is tired of it, and he's saying, y'all need to shut the bleep up. And there's one side of me that says, dog, you haven't been playing. Let's get you out there and shut them up, right? That'd be the millennial, the older millennial, the Gen X thing to say, the baby boomer thing to say. Shut them up with their play, right? Then I got the younger side of the millennial to me, and the ability to say, well, if you're able to say things to me, I want to be able to say things back, to say, I'm not going to let anybody talk to me crazy. If y'all remember that Dave Chappelle skit, I don't know if Kyle, all right, I'm not trying to make jokes again, but the Dave Chappelle skit on Chappelle's Show, when keeping it real goes wrong. And when they would have a decision to make. Tyrone has a decision to make. As somebody, I think it was somebody else. It was a female character. I don't like people playing with my phone, right? Somebody was prank calling her, ends up in jail, whatever the case is, when keeping it real goes wrong. I feel like with Brandon Ayuk, it's getting to the point where, and it's just innocent, it's on Instagram, cool, but it's getting close to the point where it's when keeping it real goes wrong. I might sound like the guy that shouldn't be saying it because of how I get down with the text line and the Sack Chat and the callers, but it gets to a point where it's, brother, you're still coming back from your ACL. I understand you don't want nobody talking crazy, but it's different for me to talk crazy back to people because I am going to do it. Because if I was sitting on millions, I do feel like I'd care less.
I don't know about that.
I don't know.
True hating is an art form,
That's
Allen.
true. It transcends. It transcends.
The dude who owns Twitter is out here fighting with randos on Twitter, and he's got more money than anyone in the world.
That's true, too. That's true, too. But if I'm Brandon Ayuk, I wouldn't call it cussing out because he's, I don't know that he's cussing them out. But if I'm Brandon Ayuk, fans are going to be crazy. I guess the other argument would be, not that it's right, and we talked about this with Angel Reese a couple years ago. It's not right to say that it comes with the territory, but all of his peers, at least he has peers to talk to about it. Not that it makes it easier. I'm not saying that, but he can go to a Debo, who Debo would know better than anyone, being with his fan base, and say, man, I'm so sick of this. And Debo might say, yeah, keep responding, whatever the case is. But I saw this yesterday, and I think that Brandon Ayuk needs to relax. I also think that seeing Niners, I saw a Niners fan, and he puts out content, I'm not going to call him out, say, respond to this, and say, within the last 6 months, Brandon Ayuk went from one of my favorite Niners to one of my least favorite Niners. And I've also seen this guy, by the way, because he does YouTube, quote tweet bad comments on YouTube. So, brother, if you got thin skin, and if you want to call out haters on your platform, why can't Brandon Ayuk? So why has Brandon Ayuk become your least favorite or one of your least favorite Niners? Because he's calling out his haters. Meanwhile, I'm watching you with your 5,000 followers or whatever the case may be, call out their haters. That's why it's hard for me to say anything about Brandon Ayuk, because I do this stuff myself.
Yeah, and I don't want to make this a battle of the generations thing again, but what's interesting about the social mediaification of everything, where you're always tapped in, you can always connect, you can always comment or someone and say whatever you want, is like, because so much of our communication goes on in these social media spaces, it's hard to remember that we can opt out of this. It's like, it's easy to just say, Brandon Ayuk, just stop going on Instagram or stop reading Instagram comments and stuff like that. But it's not that easy anymore because so much of our world is interconnected through these platforms, whether it's YouTube, whether it's Instagram, or whether it's you on the text line fighting with people, or Dave, but also you. It's like so much of the world is interconnected. So much of our jobs, so much of our social lives are interconnected through these things. So for better or worse, it's hard to just remind people you can opt out of it and then absolve yourself of responsibility.
So I want Brandon Ayuk, and look, I've gone back and forth with a lot of people, whether he's elite, whether he's not, he's getting paid elite money. He needs to have a bounce back season. I think a lot of people, obviously, when he came back from the holdout before the injury, he dropped that pass. It would have been a great touchdown, a great way to get him back on the map. Then he subsequently, I don't know that he scored a touchdown before he tore his ACL, because we were tracking it and I was playing it on the prop talk very often, and I don't know that he ever did. Or did he get one? Did he get one?
He had last season 0 touchdowns.
Crazy. Yeah, brother. We gotta get you back right. And then you can fight. That's why, to me, Kevin Durant can kind of do whatever he wants. So Brandon Ayuk going after it with
Kevin Durant was willing to stand on business when it came to fighting people on the internet.
After he admitted he had a burner for years, and that maybe that's just all part of the process. Who knows? When we return, maybe this is all part of the process. Should Scott Perry keep it cool to prove that this group is absolutely cooked? Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
Hey, it's Carmichael Dave here for American Energy, and oh my goodness, I'm born and raised here. I know it gets hot, but my goodness, we're already seeing 100-degree days. Listen to me. You do not want your system to conk out in the middle of June or July or August with one of those big 100-degree stretches. You want to make sure you're good all summer long, and my friends at American Energy Heating and Air can do that with a $24.50 tune-up right now. That's half price. And if you need a new system, $3,500 off, up to $3,500 off in rebates for qualified systems. They've been around since 1981, serving the greater Sacramento area. A+ with the Better Business Bureau. Call them right now, 916-520-9990. That's 916-520-9990. Jingle Singers, take it away.
Call 916-520-9990 now.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
Ooh, ma. What was that? That is business phone bliss with the Ooma cloud phone system. It handles all our voice, video, and messaging needs.
You sound very
calm. I am. Ooma has everything I need to run my business more efficiently, like virtual receptionist, call routing, and video conferencing. And it starts at just $19.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees.
Ooma.
Nice. Find your business comm at ooma.com/radio.
An Australian hiker travels to the American West to walk a wilderness trail.
Wasn't afraid to be out on his own.
But Eric Robinson vanished in the high Uinta Mountains.
I remember thinking, Eric, what were you thinking, mate?
I'm Dave Cawley. Join me on my podcast, Uinta Triangle, where I travel the world to answer the question, what happened to Eric Robinson? Follow Uinta Triangle. That's UINTA Triangle on Apple Podcasts or wherever you listen.
Hello, Sacramento. I'm Emran Pilati, owner of True Sports Cards and Collectible Store here in Rockland, California, and the host of the True Sports Cards Show that airs right here on Sacktown Sports 1140 every Saturday from 10 to 11 a.m., where we discuss the latest trends, hottest products, and deliver exclusive interviews with other industry leaders. And don't forget to visit our shop, True Sports Cards, at 6661 Stanford Ranch Road in Rockland and see what we have for all your sports card and memorabilia needs.
Now through June 22nd at Big O Tires, buy 3 tires, get 1 free on 4 select Big O brand tires. And every set is backed by our industry-leading ProTech Plus protection warranty. Installation purchase required. Disposal fees extra. Not valid with other offers. See Big O dealer for details.
Allen Stiles
You can join the show by texting 916-339-1140.
on Sacktown Sports.
There's another one, another sample.
This one did fool me originally. I know it now, but at first I didn't know.
You know, since I'm in my father figure phase anyway, Father's Day coming up, I definitely thought that this Sunday was Father's Day, and I was waiting. I'm not going to say where because I don't want y'all taking my tea times, but I was waiting for them to release at about 12 midnight, and I realized that this Saturday or this Sunday is not Father's Day, but it is coming up. So all you fathers out there and father figures, it's going to be a fun one. It is going to be a fun one. Speaking of, Kyle, I'm basically to the point where I feel like I have to, not that I have to do certain things, but the older you get, certain things come up, more fatherly things come up that you just have to do, or just not even fatherly, just grown man stuff that I don't really want to do.
Sure.
We were talking about allowances and chores, and we had a pretty nice backyard growing up. My dad would mostly handle the lawn. That was just not something that came up. It's not that I said I didn't want to do it. It was just, that's how it fell on the totem pole, and I would handle the trash and other things. So I've messed around. They've made me help put up fences, and I've done the handle your yard thing before. And this HOA, man, HOA be on you. The HOA be on you so tough that, you know, the weeds are bare. It's not even that bad. I just pulled them about a month. I don't have a green thumb. I didn't expect to be out here doing this. You get the letters. So I said, you know what? Screw it. I'm going to take care of this like a man. Okay. So 2 days ago, I go to Home Depot. I talk to someone to figure out what I need to do because I got the weed cover. I got the weed cover. I got the pre-emergent that you put on first. I got the weed killer, the weed cover, the weed tarp. And then I got my mulch. And today after the show, because I got to do it because I can't have another letter come. Today after the show, and it's a thing, by the way, my house don't look bad. It is known around the neighborhood that this HOA don't play. Okay. They are on you. I've talked to neighbors about this.
So neighbors all have a camaraderie
yes,
around.
They agree that this is kind of excessive here, and they just want to scare you. So I got to put down this mulch, and I'm going to be a man about it, and hopefully I won't have to deal with any more letters for the foreseeable future.
Sounds like the HOA is working because
I'm tired of it. So that's what my this is a washed Wednesday. This is what a washed Wednesday looks like.
Sounds more like a weed Wednesday.
For a 35-year-old man. This is what it is. And then I wake up and my wife says, Alan, it's going to be 95 degrees. Well, babe, I got to do it now. We cannot go another week.
Well, it's going to be 100 next week.
Yeah, it ain't going to be any better.
I think the problem there is that you probably should have done it when it was still cool.
Well, it turned into, I'm just going to pull the weeds. Fine. That was the first letter. Then when they sent the second one, when they weren't half as bad, I thought, we need a more solid plan to be done with this. Brother, so it's all in the garage. When I leave today, I got to go home and I am earning my Father's Day golf fund. Nobody talked to me on that Sunday.
Well, I mean, you did have to drop all that money on all of the materials that you're going to be using to take out the weeds, which honestly, I don't want to speak from a place of privilege here. I understand, but isn't that one of those things you should hire someone for?
To be honest with you, because they told me, my neighbor said, Alan, we just hired some 20-year-olds and they'll pluck them for you once a month, whatever it is. I kind of just want to do this. This is my first. And if I show you these patches of dirt, you would crack up.
You're still a relatively new homeowner.
Yes, I will. If I showed you these patches of grass in the back where the garage is, you would crack up because I'm making it sound like it's a huge project. It is not a huge project, but I kind of want to do it myself.
Then why are you buying weed tarps and weed killer and all the mulch?
Because I want to do it.
But if it's only like a small part,
because them weeds, they're not going away. So if there are any green thumbs out there, and if you have any tips for me putting down this mulch, please help me.
I feel like lawn care in general is one of those things. Again, I don't want to speak from a place of privilege. I am certainly not a homeowner, but isn't lawn care and yard care one of those things that it's like relatively affordable to hire people to do it?
Yeah, but like I said, I'm going to do this. I still got the front. I still got to deal with the front of the yard. This is the stupid back where the garage is. That's what I'm saying. This is something that, and this is what the only thing we get letters for.
So the back is visible from the street?
No, not even.
What are they sending letters for?
Because it's the HOA, man.
Well, you can't even see it. It doesn't even affect them.
You sound just like me. And now Kyle just got a gray hair. Welcome to the crew, brother.
That's crazy. No, the problem is the HOA. The problem is not you.
I'm right there with you.
Although you should probably just hire someone.
I'm not there with you. And maybe I will after I can say, yeah, baby. I go to my wife. Yeah, baby, I put down this mulch. How you like that, huh? That's really why I'm doing it. 916-339-1140. Help me put down the mulch. And, you talk about mulch and you talk about foundation. And your segue strikes again. And the Kings are building a foundation here with Scott Perry. And I thought about this, and I've said this time and time again about getting through the season. And how I feel right now is that you got to possibly lose the battle to win the war. As I've continued to say, next season might not be that exciting, and I hope I'm wrong. I truly hope I'm wrong. But if I'm Scott Perry, do you kind of want to prove a point off top? And like I said, you know what? I don't know what's going on with Zach LaVine. I don't know what's going on with Domantas Sabonis, but I know my boss doesn't want to blow it up. So we're going to move DeMar DeRozan for PJ Washington or John Collins. We're going to go get Tyus Jones, who is a fringe starting point guard, a starting point guard on a non-contender. We're going to get through this season, and then assuming, look, it's either going to work out and it's going to look great because it'll be our second time in the playoffs in two decades, or it's not going to work out, and I can go back to my boss and say, okay, can we do it my way now? So how I'm feeling about Scott Perry is that, look, like I said, it ain't going to help season ticket owners and things like that. Might not even help my show, to be completely honest with you. But honestly speaking, if I'm Scott Perry, I think the best approach is to move around the fringes, pick your battles, as our parents always told us, get through this next season and say, well, this was kind of your team, you and Monty's team. I haven't really done anything besides move DeMar DeRozan, who we all know wanted out. So I didn't really have that much leverage, Mr. Vivek. Now we have Zach LaVine, 1 year left. It's $47 million, but 1 year left on his contract. Domantas Sabonis is now down to 2 years. Now can we make some decisions? I think the only thing that I would worry is the way things have worked before. It's not as if they're not going to count that year against Scott Perry. That year is getting counted against Scott Perry, even if he had nothing to do with that roster besides moving on from DeMar DeRozan.
It's certainly going to count against Doug Christie, whether or not it counts against Scott Perry.
That's true, too.
And maybe general managers get afforded more leeway in that sense. Tim McMahon, friend of the station, Tim McMahon, who does the Hoop Collective with ESPN and stuff like that, he had a really great phrase one time that really stuck with me about running NBA teams, which is you are the decision maker when the owner wants you to be the decision maker. Because Mark Cuban was the example he was referencing. It's like Mark Cuban lets you make little moves in the in-between, but when it comes to Kristaps Porzingis, he's negotiating directly with James Dolan. Like, you get to be the general manager when ownership wants you to be.
Yeah.
You get to hire the head coach when ownership wants you to. They have to relinquish that control. They have to trust you to make those decisions. Now, normally you would say, hey, you've hired this person, you've empowered this person, they should be allowed to make those decisions. But that just doesn't always happen in a practical sense. When you have the power, you have to then relinquish the power. And maybe that's an issue with individual ownership of NBA teams and them being able to just insert themselves as president and basketball decision makers. But that's the reality that we live in. And it seems like for the most part, there might have to be some convincing done to execute a vision that is dramatically different from what Vivek Ranadive and Monty McNair envisioned the team looking like at the trade deadline when they decided to move De'Aaron Fox.
And this is what we've said with owners, right? And to the point of what Tim McMahon is saying, a friend of the station, hopefully future friend of the show. I'm not trying to steal anybody's guess, though. Every owner will hit the red button, right? Because that's what they can do. The question is, how often do they hit the red button? Because if you hit the red button too often, a la Jerry Jones, now everybody feels like you're just hiring puppets. And now you could argue people don't want to work for you because why are we going to go through this dance, right? And in reality, you have final say. You're not actually giving me freedom. You have final say. I work the job. It doesn't even show up on my tech resume, right? Because nowadays, and just for all the Gen Zers out there, and really all generations, you should have more than one resume. Just a sidebar. You should not just have one resume. If you're going to apply to a bunch of jobs, you should have more than one resume. But this job doesn't even show up on my resume, Kyle. I think I was there for 3 months. They sold me a bill of goods, and it was just not what I signed up for. Essentially, we would create presentations, right? And we would sell, or we would give those presentations to potential clients, and they would decide to sign with us or not for our kind of tech packages, if you will. When I took the job, and mind you, this is after working somewhere for 3-4 years, so I'm not young in the workforce. I take the job, and I'm doing these PowerPoint presentations, because that's how far back it was, not Google Docs, which I hated, by the way. Like I said, they sold me a bill of goods. They said I'd be communicating using my strategic communications degree, all this stuff, and it was just not true. I was just making a bunch of PowerPoints. And it literally got to the point, not just PowerPoints, emails. The boss would want to see my emails before I sent them to potential clients. Not just after the first month, second month, emails they'd want to see. PowerPoints they'd want to see. I only lasted 3 months, and well, you didn't even get to the 90-day mark, because what are we doing? I'm 26 years old. This is not my first job. This is not an internship. If you're going to check everything, is that your job to just check my work and overrule certain things? So what am I here to do? So, and I get it. There's a difference between, hey, I just want final say, and hey, I am looking at everything that you are doing. So if I'm a GM, and I'm just smirking, just thinking about my job back then, but if I'm a GM, and every time I want to make a move, it's not just clearance here or there. It's, I don't know about that, or I'd rather do this, I'd rather do that. Then why am I here, brother? Why am I here? When we return, when we joke about the Warriors, a lot of people say they can't keep getting away with this. According to Bobby Marks, they won't. Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Get ready for a night out with Jordan Davis. It's Country in the Park 2, Saturday, September 13th at Cal Expo. Along with the special guest, Mitchell Tenpenny, Low Cash, Vincent Mason, and Abriana. Make it a family day out with food trucks, games, dancing, and more. Saturday, September 13th at Cal Expo with Michelob Ultra. Tickets are available now at CITPFest.com.
At SMUD, we power local business with incentives on clean energy equipment, tools to manage electricity usage and save money, tailored solutions from dedicated strategic account advisors, and 50% lower rates than neighboring utilities, all while doing more for the planet with clean energy solutions, savings, reliability, personalized service, clean energy, helping local businesses thrive. That's our clean power promise. Learn more at smud.org.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sinks overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was going to unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
Progressive knows road trips without your pet can be tough.
Hi, this is Next Stop Dog Boarding.
Hi, it's Scott again. How's Squeaks doing? You can tell if he's stressed by his eyebrows. Oh, and his breathing should sound like this.
Scott, Squeaks is exactly the same as last time you called.
Okay, let's talk in 20 to see if anything's changed.
With Progressive, your pet is covered up to $1,000 in vet bills in case of a car accident. So next time, you can take your pet with you. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, not available in all states. Coverage for dogs and cats is included with the purchase of collision coverage and subject to policy terms.
Summer's almost here, and so are popsicles, pool days, and a lot of smiling. Make sure your kiddo's smile is ready with a visit to Kids Care Dental and Orthodontics. Our expert team makes dental visits easy and fun with sensory-friendly hours for kids who need a calmer environment. We can also accommodate same-day treatments, and to save you time, if your child needs multiple treatments, we can often do them all at once. Appointments fill up fast, so don't wait. Beat the summer rush and schedule online at kidscaredental.com. That's kidscaredental.com, where healthy, happy smiles begin.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Sacramento Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram has the biggest selection, the best prices, and unbeatable customer service. Check them out online, sacsuperstore.com, for the guaranteed lowest price on Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, and Ram. Open until 10 o'clock and right across from Hagen Oaks Golf Course. sacsuperstore.com.
Live and local.
It's Allen Stiles
On Sacktown Sports.
12:45, taking you up to 2 p.m. As promised, next segment, we will be joined by Ayana Gonzalez, 19-year-old chem major, the first female boxer in Sac State history, and also an All-American. Austin Melendez will be joining us as well. He is also on the Sac State boxing team in our first segment of Sit Down with Styles. So that is coming up in about 15 minutes. Don't want to go anywhere as we continue the conversation. And there's good news if you are a Warriors hater. This is from Bobby Marks. He says there is no way the Warriors can acquire Giannis while keeping Jimmy Butler and Draymond Green. He just said the money, Kyle, is just pretty straightforward, and you have Jimmy.
Actually a fact.
You have Jimmy, who they're paying $53 million to for some odd reason, and you have Draymond making $20+ million. And the question becomes, and you know, Kings fans out here, I get it, but if you were, I know it might sound disgusting, but if you were a Warriors fan, after all that, not to be Karl Anthony Towns, would you move on from Draymond Green to acquire Giannis?
I mean, I would say yes.
I'm just saying, you're a Warriors fan, 4 rings, everything you've been through. Would you do it?
You better be right.
Well, how could you be wrong? It's Giannis and Steph.
Yeah, I'm just saying, you better be right because.
Can I say something though?
Sure.
I was thinking about this yesterday. right? And maybe this is insane. This could be insane. But this is what I was thinking. You're Draymond Green, right?
Okay.
You're Draymond Green. What you've done statistically outside of, right, not offensively, but defensively, you're going to be a Hall of Famer. Let's just be honest with ourselves. You owe a lot to Steph, right?
Sure.
I think you know where I'm going with this. Is there any part of you that says, you know what, Steph? Yeah, we helped each other, but if I'm being self-aware, I got my podcast, I got my broadcasting. I'm not going to downplay myself, but a lot of this is because of Steph, right? Steph, hey, if y'all can get me to Detroit, where I'm from, to Michigan, some type of 3-team deal, whatever.
Or to the Lakers.
Or to the Lakers with LeBron. Steph, go ahead and get Giannis. It's okay, bro. I want you to try to catch Kobe. I want you to try to catch MJ. Steph, go ahead and do it. Am I actually insane? Or is there any part of Draymond that might say, you know what? I got a lot from Steph.
Okay.
And I'm getting paid $25 million. Is that crazy?
So I have to ask you one question before we talk about whether it's crazy or not. Let's say whatever the deal is, they've got it on the table. 4 teams, Draymond and Jimmy and Moses Moody are going out.
Right.
It's going to be Steph and Giannis and Podziemski and whoever else. Do they ask Draymond before they say yes? Or do they just do it? Like, has Draymond earned the chance to blow up the trade if Draymond isn't down with it?
I think that it would be a conversation like what I said. I think it would be, hey, Draymond, we're going to get you to a contender. Please don't take this disrespectfully, but it's a chance for Giannis, right? Everybody's on the table.
Right.
I think that would be the conversation. I don't think they'd have the deal. I think they would have the conversation with Draymond before even, and it would hopefully not get leaked, before coming to Draymond saying, we have this trade, unless you feel like, hey, this is Draymond going to the Lakers. I think it's probably Lakers or Pistons with Draymond.
See, this is what's tough because the standard protocol is usually deny.
Right.
Then we have a trade and we're going to call you and tell you that you've been traded.
It ain't going to be that.
Even if it means Draymond's like, pulls a Rob Gronkowski and is like, I'm just going to retire because I don't want to play for another team.
Well, then that would blow everything up because you can't. I don't think he'd do that to Steph. That's my whole point in this. I think that, again, if you're Draymond, people always talk down upon what you've been able to do. There are jokes about the fact that you don't even want to play when Steph isn't on the court. You go to the Pistons, you're in the East, Giannis is in the West now. Maybe you mess around and make a finals.
But if they didn't extend that same courtesy to Clay, and obviously it's different circumstances, but do you think they would extend that same courtesy to Draymond if
I think so
push
now.
came to shove?
I think how terrible things were and how it went down with Clay. Draymond, a year past what happened with Clay. They offered Clay too. It was more of a disrespect and not enough money type of deal. This is different.
They
did not trade Clay.
But they also didn't really show Clay a lot of respect for a legend on the way out the door. Does Draymond have a different... Is this a different situation, therefore Draymond's going to get that respect?
Yeah, because I just think it's, oh, you didn't offer me enough money versus, oh, you're going to move me. Leaving in free agency, I just think, as far as narratives are concerned, look different than we traded that guy. Real quick, Kyle, because I want to get to this before the other side. Just tell me who says no in this deal. This is not Draymond. Yeah. Now we're switching because I don't think the Warriors, I was having some fun. The Warriors aren't moving Draymond. This is for Jimmy Butler, okay? Who says no in this trade? The Warriors get Giannis. The Bucks get Jalen Green, Reed Shepherd, Tari Eason, 2 firsts and 2 seconds. And they're not all from this next team.
Yeah.
Obviously the Rockets, and the Rockets get Jimmy Butler. Who says no?
So,
Warriors get Giannis. The Bucks get Jalen Green, Reed Shepherd, essentially a top 5 pick from last season. Tari Eason, 2 firsts, including this season's number 10 from Houston, and 2 seconds. The Rockets, but the 2 seconds aren't. I think I had it. One of the first was from the Warriors. it's one from each. So it's not two from each. And the Rockets get their bucket getter in Jimmy Butler.
Okay, so first of all, I would say the Bucks say no. But second, so the Rockets would be left with, in this situation, what? Van Vliet, Jimmy, Dylan Brooks, Jabari,
Amen
Thompson, and Şengün. My instinct is to say the Rockets say no, but maybe the Rockets don't say no. The Bucks definitely say no, only because the timelines don't make sense. They don't have their own first-round picks, so they can't tank. They can't just get young players because they don't have their own draft picks.
The reason I think the Rockets say no, and I'm just thinking about this live, the reason the Rockets say no is because they know that, or I think they would guess, number one, Jimmy's just not young enough, because basically what you're saying is, do the Rockets think that they can beat the Warriors with Giannis? And I think I would say no. So you just traded, yes, you got Jimmy, yes, you got better, but unfortunately you made the Warriors better, and now the Warriors are in our way. I think they do the deal if they're not in the West with the Warriors, but you can't let Giannis go to the Warriors and get in your own way, even if you got better.
I think the Warriors would have to give up more to make it work in a Giannis deal.
Yeah.
Because the Bucks have no timeline here. They're just getting whatever the Warriors can offer.
Right.
Which, doesn't make sense from the Bucks standpoint. But I like the vision. If you're the Warriors, you want to do anything you can to get Giannis, Steph, and Draymond together. I just don't think it's going to work out for them.
On the other side, as promised, we are joined by Ayana Gonzalez, 19-year-old boxing phenom, the first female boxer in Sac State history. We have Ayana along with other members of the Sac State boxing team, and they're going to join us in about 5 minutes. Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Chuck McDowell here again. Over the years, I've seen way too many timeshare exit companies pop up, take folks' money, and disappear. I just saw an ad from an exit company started by a couple of bozos that used to work for me. My advice, don't hire bozos I'll fire. Want out of your timeshare? I'll send you our free timeshare exit info kit explaining your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free kit. Call 800-995-2929. That's 800-995-2929.
Ready to order?
Yes. We're earning unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with a Capital One Saver card. So let's just get one of everything.
Everything?
Fire everything. The Capital One Saver card is at table 27, and they're earning unlimited 3% cash back.
Yes, chef! This is so nice.
Had a feeling you'd want 3% cash back on dessert.
Ooh, tiramisu.
Earn unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver card. Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Hey everyone, it's Kyle Draper here. If you're in the market for a new car, let me tell you about my experience with Mercedes-Benz of Stockton. From the moment I walked into their state-of-the-art showroom, I knew I was making the right choice. There was no pressure from the sales staff, and if I'm being honest, I felt like a kid in a candy store. I settled on the all-electric EQS SUV, and let me tell you why. First of all, the comfort. After a long day at work, I actually look forward to being in my car. It has several different massage settings, including my favorite, hot relaxing back. Plus, the seat heating and cooling features are perfect for the hot summer or those chilly mornings. Mercedes-Benz has the reputation of making the finest cars in the world. Now it's your turn to experience what I already know. Mercedes-Benz of Stockton is the best car buying experience you'll ever have. They're just a short drive down I-5, or you can shop online anytime at mbfstockton.com. That's mbfstockton.com, and tell them Drape sent you.
Hi, Sacramento. It's the No Surprise guys at Bell Brothers Plumbing and Air Conditioning. Need a new water heater? Call Bell Brothers. Need drain or sewer work? Call Bell Brothers. Need a free plumbing estimate? Call Bell Brothers. We don't guess at plumbing and drain problems. We use advanced camera inspections and diagnostics to identify the issues. We're fast, reliable, and respect your time by showing up when we say we will. Our technicians are all background checked, drug tested, and will leave the work area cleaner than they found it. The price we quote is the price you pay. We are the No Surprise guys, with more technicians, more trucks, and more experience. We get the job done right the first time. No surprises. Don't wait. Call Bell Brothers today for a free plumbing estimate or book online at nosurpriseguys.com. That's NoSurpriseGuys.com.
Golf to Go is brought to you by the Hagen Oaks Golf Super Shop. Here's Frank LaRosa.
I had the chance to interview former professional golfer and broadcaster Gary McCord a few years back. He hadn't yet enraged the Green Jackets with his television comments about their revered Georgia golf course. He was welcoming and above all humorous, which is why I recently picked up a copy of his book, Golf for Dummies by Gary McCord, a man possessed by golf's magical allure. This 5th edition will help new golfers learn the basics of the game and bring them, as he writes, from the darkness to the light. The book discusses types of clubs, types of courses, how to hit the ball, and how to keep score. The intent is to help you get the ball to the hole in fewer tries and with better form. You'll even find some basic exercises to get you into golf shape. It's a fun read and will help you get over some of the game's intimidation while getting you ready to visit the golf course on your own or with some friends. I always recommend a good PGA professional to guide you along the way, but Golf for Dummies is a fun way to approach a fun game. That's your Golf to Go. I'm Frank LaRosa.
KHD1 Sacramento, KYMX HD3 Sacramento. From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios.
Sacramento's official home of the 49ers.
San Francisco.
Sacktown Sports, 1140. Your home for Kings Talk and so much more.
Live and local.
Allen Stiles on Sacktown Sports.
1 o'clock on the dot. And as promised, our first edition of Sit Down with Styles. We are joined by Ayana Gonzalez. We are also joined by Austin Melendez, two members of the first, what was this, the kind of first go round for Sac State, and they're doing this boxing program, the Combat U boxing program, right? So we have Ayana here, we have Austin here, and Austin, we're going to talk to you in a second. Don't get me wrong, but Ayana, we're dealing with right here. 19-year-old biomedical major, and oh, by the way, the first female boxer in Sac State history, and also, by the way, All-American. What is up to both of you?
Hi, glad you guys could have us today.
Yes, thank you so much for joining us. I just wanted to start here by saying congratulations on everything you got going on. We want to get to know you a little bit, and then we'll get into kind of what's next for the Sac State program and both of you individually. So, Ayana, I was doing some research on you, and you played a lot of sports growing up. You did some tennis, you did gymnastics, things like that, but you landed on boxing. How did that happen?
Honestly, by happenstance. So growing up, I grew up in the gym. My parents both boxed. They own a boxing gym. So, you're bound to be in there. But I never got into it. It was never my sport. So I was always a gymnast. I competed at a high level for about 11 years. And then after a major injury, I decided that I wanted to step away from gymnastics. And then I found tennis, and I found a love for tennis. So I played competitively for about 4 years in tennis. And then I really just started boxing as cross training for tennis. The movements are really good. So I was like, okay, just once a week, casual, nothing serious at all. And then I kind of started getting into it more. I was like, wait, I'm kind of liking this. And my dad was training me too, which was another component that kind of connected me to the sport a little more. And then when I heard about the program starting up at Sac State, and it was really going to be put into action, I was like, okay, well, maybe this is my chance to box at a collegiate level. So then I started really hounding down on my training in the gym every day, training with my dad, just really focusing on those fundamentals.
So how was it, and we are talking to Ayana Gonzalez, All-American, how was it when you found that out, right? Did you get a call or whatever the case may be? How was it when you found out? I mean, those are two of the most highly touted words in sports. If you are an All-American, there are shows called All-American. So how was it when you found out that you were going to be, or you are, an All-American?
So I found out after my fight at Nationals. So I placed second. And honestly, it didn't hit me at first. I was like, oh, just All-American. And then, after I had a chance to sit with it and think about it, and I'm hearing all this buzz about All-American, I'm like, wait, like this really means something.
Yeah.
Like to be an All-American, like that's a big deal. Like that's a huge accomplishment for me, especially being my first year in college, my first year competing collegiately in boxing. I really feel really proud of myself for that.
Well, you should. And now moving forward, I mean, you set the bar pretty high. You just said you placed second in nationals, so I think it goes without saying you're trying to get back to nationals.
Absolutely, take the gold this time.
I'm saying. That's what I'm saying, So I think that we are on the right track here to be doing what you're doing at just 19. You said your first year in school, so you got a lot more time to get there. We think it's gonna be next year, but then you got to defend it.
Absolutely.
After all of that, Austin, let's go to you for a second. So, what's kind of your background? How did you end up on the Sac State boxing team, and just give us a little bit of a lead up to the Combat U program and what they have going on?
Absolutely. I actually have a little bit of an inside experience too, because I was training at Uriah Faber's gym, Ultimate Fitness,
nice.
Which is the partner gym with this Flawless Boxing. It's just the boxing portion, because there's other sports in the combat sports. But I was training there doing kickboxing and Muay Thai, and a small group, friend group of ours, did a Sunday sparring event.
Yeah.
And actually the president of Sac State, President Dr. Luke Wood, came in to those sparring sessions, and I got to spar with him a few weekends in a row. And he told me about this dream that he was having, like, oh, I think we're going to try and, start this. Like, it was 4 months before the program was announced. And he was just getting in my ear about it a little bit. And I was like, go do that. That'd be awesome. You know, I know people personally that train at that gym, that go to school, because it's a block away from the campus. It's right there. Perfect location. And a few months later, beginning of the year, it got officially announced. And right away, we went into it. I met Ayana at the gym at Flawless over the summer, and we started training hard, the summer of the season before we started competing. And this first year was our first year competing, the first year of the program, and we've had a lot of success.
So now that you bring it up, let's take a step back, right? Because you're talking about President Luke Wood, who we go back and forth sometimes on social media. Sac State is popping right now. Oh, yeah. Okay, Sac State, you got people are calling it streamer university. You got a bunch of people with clout and whatever the kids say these days. How is it on the campus? I know we're in summer right now, but how is the buzz at Sac State as a whole with everything that came out about the new football stadium, the gymnasium? What is the vibe for, what is it, Stingers Up, right? What is the vibe for Stingers Up right now?
Well, I mean, there's a lot, you can tell there's a lot of energy, especially the people that are into sports. He's definitely putting an emphasis on that. But I mean, in my personal opinion, he's not lacking in the academics still. He's still pretty hands-on. But yeah, I mean, Shaq is our new basketball GM.
He's going to have
his son committed to our school.
He's going to be DJing something. I think there's a music festival going on.
So.
This is crazy, man.
No, some buzz for sure. It's bringing a new energy to the campus, and we're happy to be a part of that in the new program.
I mean, it's just great stuff, and I'm just excited because Sacramento, I moved out here almost 2 years ago, and from the Bay Area, people will say, oh, well, it's this and it's that, and Sacramento as a whole is just kind of growing, right? And you can see all that with the Doco, and outside of the Kings with the A's being here, just a lot of different things happening. So Ayana, I didn't know if you knew this, but when I was talking to your dad about arranging all this, he didn't know that I actually took one singular class at Flawless. Okay, I took the class, and I would like to think, I'm fairly in shape, so I'm doing the workout at first, and they're teaching me how to tape and put the tape on, the wrap, and all of that. I'm like, okay, cool. I saw Creed, like I know how to. I can get down a little bit. By the end, first they have you boxing at first, or they first have you sparring, right? And it's 1-2-1, because I'm lefty, so it's the 1-2-1 that I'm doing the combinations. I'm like, okay, cool. This is gonna go on my Instagram. This is nice. By the end of it, they had us in the parking lot doing liners, doing sprints. I'm thinking, what the heck is going on? Talk to us, Ayana, a little bit about the training that goes into it. And I would say compare it to some of the more traditional sports. Like you said, you did tennis and things like that. Talk to us about the training aspect.
Yeah, that's how they get you. They start off easy, and then they put you in the parking lot.
I'm saying, I'm like, what happened? An hour later, I'm in a parking lot drenching with sweat.
Yeah, so especially competing at a collegiate level, you have to be on top of your game. There's no days out of the gym. When you're competing, boxing is not a part-time sport, so you can't do it when you feel like it. Right. So you have to be in the gym training even when you don't feel like it, even on days you're tired, even on days you have a lot of schoolwork or you have an exam coming up. You still need to put the gym as a priority as well.
Mm-hmm.
And, it definitely makes it easier that you have a team going through the struggle with you. So you're not alone. You have coaches, you have your teammates supporting you. You're all going through the same thing. You're all trying to get the same accomplishments. You all want to win. You all want to compete at your best. Mm-hmm. So it's definitely it was definitely a transition for me from going, for something like tennis. It's not a combat sport. You're not getting hit in the face. You don't have punches flying at you for 3 minutes straight, 2 minutes straight and around. So it was definitely a big transition. But I think that just being an athlete overall kind of just prepared me for the conditioning side, the work ethic side of boxing, which really helped. Yeah.
Austin, any thoughts on it? You walked in, you're a big dude, so I don't know if you played any other sports or whatever, but how does the boxing training compare to kind of other sports that you may have dabbled in?
Yeah, I played basketball and baseball.
I was about to say, I'm like, what the heck is going on? It's a heavyweight. What the hell?
But heavyweight, yes, sir. 195-pound regional champion.
They gotta bring. I was just talking to somebody about this. They gotta bring back the great heavyweights in boxing, right? And look, I love the lightweights and featherweights, but there's just something. I think it was a Mike Tyson special. Just something about some big dudes just slugging,
throwing,
just slugging, man.
At each other, yeah. No, there were some interesting fights to watch in the heavyweight class when we went to nationals. Just two big guys throwing. But yeah, the work it's definitely a lot more intense. I mean, just the overall grind of, like she said, there's no days off. Yeah. Especially if you have a fight coming up. Like, it's a very individual sport. So you go into that ring and everything that you've done to prepare will be shown, will be exposed. Mm-hmm. If you didn't prepare well enough or you didn't do what you were supposed to, it's going to be shown in the ring. And it's all on you. It's all on you and your preparation. And you really need to build that up because you can't do it right before fight week too. Mm-hmm. It's not something where in a week you're going to get into fight shape.
Yeah.
You need to be consistent throughout and you need to be in shape and then you need to go in and get it done.
So I want to go here because, we're talking about college, right? And, the colleges that I've played against, there's some colleges to this day, there'll be dudes that I'm looking at for the Kings. No. He went to Villanova? No. Can't do it. Are there any rivals that you guys have? Any colleges that you just see? Why are you smirking? Both of you are smirking. Please, any rivals that you just I don't really mess with them. I don't like how they go down. Some Cobra Kai type stuff. Who are the rivals out there that you just don't really mess with?
I think everybody's a rival. Everybody has to be a rival.
I like that answer.
We can't pick and choose because we're trying to dominate everybody, not just specific crew. So,
Austin, who's a rival?
I mean, with our regional circuit, we see a lot of the faces, like the same faces a lot. We see a lot of the teams in our region a lot. Personally, I've had 4 fights with Air Force.
Yeah. Okay.
I have won all of them.
Okay. So
talk. But I mean, Davis is the classic rival, but it's a little different because we train with them in our gym.
Okay.
A few days a week because we share a head coach with their program. But like she said, I like that answer.
I like the answer too much.
100%.
That's right. All right. Well, thank you both so much for joining us. Let's end it here. Ayana Gonzalez, All-American. And don't forget it. What is next for you and what is next for Sac State Boxing?
Next up for me, we're rolling into competition season soon, starting in September. So it's really going to be the kickoff to the season. So we want to go in strong. We want to go in hard. Follow up with a great year again.
Yes.
Take home the gold this time at Nationals.
That's right.
As Combat U as a whole, we're growing. We're bringing in a lot of great coaches, a lot of great athletes. So I'm really excited to see how it's going to grow and what it's going to develop into.
Austin, what's next for you?
I mean, another great year. We're just getting started. Our summer workouts are picking up. And like she said, we're having our first fights in August and September. And then back to regionals in March and nationals in April. So it's another year of the grind. And we're going to get, I think, at least 10 fights in this year. We're gonna win a lot this year.
Well, both of you making Sacramento proud. The last thing, Can you spend just a little bit of time on how fans that might want to follow you, whether they used to go to Sac State or got kids at Sac State or just like Sac State in general, how can they get in touch with the team and kind of follow you as far as if they wanted to come out and watch a match?
Yeah, absolutely. So you can always reach out to us on our Instagram, Sac State Combat U Boxing. Someone will be happy to respond. And then if you see one of our own profiles, you're free to reach out and DM us and we can answer any questions you have. If you see us at school, students, feel free to come up to us and ask us questions. We're always happy to help you out and answer any questions you have.
Okay. Well, thank you so much, Ayanna and Austin. So I got, look at this. 1, 2, 1. 1, 2. Is it 1, 2, 1? This is a 1, 2.
Oh, yeah.
1, 2, 1, 2.
Okay.
Okay. And then what's the hook? What's the jab?
The 3.
Okay.
The 3 is
1, 2,
the-
1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 3.
That was only from one class.
That was one
You're
class.
ready to go into the
That's what I'm
ring.
saying. That's what I'm saying. All-American Ayanna Gonzalez. Follow her on social media. Follow her path. She's bringing home the gold next year. Austin Melendez. He's beaten down on Air Force once again. And UC Davis. Thank you both so much for joining us. And we'll talk to you again soon.
Thank you.
Thank you for having us.
We'll be right back with more Allen Stiles Show.
Hey, it's Carmichael Dave here for American Energy, and oh my goodness, I'm born and raised here. I know it gets hot, but my goodness, we're already seeing 100-degree days. Listen to me. You do not want your system to conk out in the middle of June or July or August with one of those big 100-degree stretches. You want to make sure you're good all summer long. And my friends at American Energy Heating and Air can do that with a $24.50 tune-up right now. That's half price. And if you need a new system, $3,500 off, up to $3,500 off in rebates for qualified systems. They've been around since 1981, serving the greater Sacramento area. A+ with the Better Business Bureau. Call them right now, 916-520-9990. That's 916-520-9990. Jingle Singers, take it away.
Call 916-520-9990 now.
You never know what you might hear when listening to a Sacramento Kings game.
Out of Keegan's going for another triple. Man, is he feeling it. Keegan, can he do it? Yes, there's number 11, Keegan Murray. Keegan steps back. He just knocked down his 12th three-pointer, a Kings franchise record. He's got 45 points.
Never miss a moment of Sacramento Kings basketball with Sacktown Sports and the Sacktown Sports app.
Get ready for a night out with Jordan Davis. It's Country in the Park 2, Saturday, September 13th at Cal Expo. Along with the special guests Mitchell Tenpenny, Low Cash, Vincent Mason, and Abriana. Make it a family day out with food trucks, games, dancing, and more. Saturday, September 13th at Cal Expo with Michelob Ultra. Tickets are available now at CITPFest.com.
Allen Stiles. Watch the show on youtube.com/Sacktown Sports 1140.
Or listen on the Sacktown Sports app.
Great stuff. They remind me of my youth. Ayanna Gonzalez, first female boxer in Sac State history, All-American. Austin Melendez, future All-American. Shout out to both of them. Be sure to follow them on social media. The inaugural year of the Combat U boxing program. And that was great stuff, Kyle. Thank you for kind of setting that up technically. And thank you to Ayanna's dad for hooking that up as well.
Oh, yeah, that was all very fun. I didn't realize that we had a top-level boxing team over here at Sac State going to silver medals at nationals and all sorts of fun stuff like that.
I wonder who they wanted to say, because they said they train with UC Davis, right? Austin said, I face Air Force a lot, but who is it that Ayanna wanted to say, but She went the PR route. That's why she's an All-American. She knows what to say. Are you doing some homework trying to figure it out?
Well, I'm trying to just see, who ended up winning this last year.
Oh, that's a good point.
I'm trying to look. I guess we didn't see. I'm guessing it's the NCAA boxing championship.
I believe it's NCBA. That's how you would find it. Yes.
So they went to Indiana this year. The women's national champion was in fact Air Force this year. So
it's Air Force.
Seems like Air Force is at the top of the game here, just in terms of the boxing world. I'm just reading a little bit more here. Program record 8 All-Americans, 4 gold medalists in various weight classes. It seems like Air Force is right there at the tippity top.
Wow. Okay. A new rivalry is born here between the Air Force and Sac State. So
I feel
there
like
you
that
go.
Makes sense, right?
That does make sense. Great stuff from Ayanna and Austin.
Just real quick, because I see Ayanna's listed in the story here, the 147-pound division. Some of the other people, men's side, Nevada had a silver medalist. Cal Berkeley had a silver medalist. University of Washington had a silver medalist. Navy had the heavyweight boxing champion this year. And then Ayanna at Sac State came in second in the 147 division. But Air Force had 5 of the 6 weight classes they won the championship for.
Dang. So they're the ones.
Yeah.
They're the ones.
I feel like Cal Berkeley maybe.
Yeah.
You could have a little something going on there.
Great stuff. And I'm really excited to see what both of them do in their careers, still so young in their boxing careers. And shout out to Sac State for kind of hooking that up, and Stingers up as well. Well, time is almost up for the Sacramento Kings, playing without a point guard, as Michael Scotto has connected the Kings to free agent Tyus Jones.
Senor Segue strikes again.
It's a 4. That's at least a 4.
Out of 5?
Yes.
I'll give it to you.
That's a 4.
We were laughing because they were in the studio, but whatever transition you had at the beginning of the segment right before that was a good one.
Who's we?
You and Ayanna and Austin.
I see. So everybody's in on the Senor Segue joke.
I mean, I feel like you're only as good of a Senor Segue as your setup, right?
That's right.
It's someone setting you up for whatever, speaking of crazy thing you're going to say.
That's right. As we discuss Michael Scotto of Hoops Hype, and he has learned, or Hoops Hype has learned, that the Kings are interested in Tyus Jones. The other part about this, Kyle, not to kind of downplay it, is this a thing where the conversation is, yeah, probably ... along with 6 other teams, right?
I don't necessarily know, because who are the other teams that need a quote-unquote starting point guard, right? Because when Tyus Jones signed last summer with the Suns, it was like the Suns have a ready-made contender. They just need a point guard so that Bradley Beal and Devin Booker aren't always facilitating the offense. Who are the other teams that you would say are quote-unquote contenders? It doesn't even have to be like championship contenders, just trying to not tank and need a point guard. You could say Orlando.
I mean, I know he can, it's funny when these guys, and I've gone back and forth with people about the hunting assists conversation, but is Tyler Hero a pure point guard?
No, I wouldn't say so. But
I don't know that Miami cares right now.
Yeah, and they were playing some Terry Rozier, but I think Miami probably is in the point guard market. I think Orlando, it played Corey Joseph down the stretch, even though they have a bunch of point guards. Corey Joseph was the one getting minutes down the stretch. I would say Phoenix still needs a point guard, but they're not going to bring back Tyus Jones, obviously. So there's probably 4 or 5 that need point guards. I don't know if they're all in on Tyus Jones. You could say Portland probably could use another point guard.
Yeah. So I think it's a development for sure. But how much of this is, hey, people are going to be calling about certain players that we think, Tyus Jones was trying to work his way out of the league minimum, essentially, and I don't think he did that. If so, not by much.
Yeah, I would say he's probably mid-level exception.
Mm-hmm.
So like, I don't want to get too deep in the weeds on it, but basically the Kings have this thing called like a biannual exception, and it's you can sign someone for $5.1 million in free agency without it counting against the cap. Now we assume they want to use that to re-sign Jake LaRavia.
Right.
If Jake LaRavia goes to another team, I think Tyus Jones at $5.1 million probably slides right into that, or Chris Paul at $5.1 million. Whoever their backup, or I shouldn't say backup, whoever their point guard is that's going to play 20 minutes, potentially the starting lineup, is probably slotted in there if you don't get Jake LaRavia. Other than that, there's other ways they could kind of piece it together.
Jacob Wilson had some things to say about Sacramento area native Logan Webb. And also, I need to apologize to Logan Webb. Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
At Valley Strong Credit Union, we know that local businesses are the backbone of the Central Valley, investing in our neighborhoods, boosting the economy, making the Valley stronger. But when it comes to their finances, where can they turn? A big bank that just sees another number? That's not good enough. Valley businesses deserve Valley support for payroll, credit, cash flow, and everything in between. Valley Business is Valley Strong. Learn how our cash management services can support your business at valleystrong.com.
Now through June 22nd at Big O Tires, buy 3 tires, get 1 free on 4 select Big O brand tires. And every set is backed by our industry-leading ProTech Plus protection warranty. Installation purchase required. Disposal fees extra, not valid with other offers. See Big O dealer for details.
Hagen Oaks wants to be your go-to total golf game fitter. Try the TrackMan experience, the very best technology to fit your metal woods and irons. The new cutting-edge putter fitting studio with its $30,000 worth of technology is ready for your fitting. Hagen Oaks will help you find the best putter for your game. Hagen Oaks offers more technology, more choices, and more service. Schedule your fitting at the Hagen Oaks Player Performance Studio by calling 916-808-2531, 808-2531 for more.
Allen Stiles
You can join the show by texting 916-339-1140
on Sacktown Sports.
Jacob Wilson, who is so far running away with the AL Rookie of the Year award. Just got to stay healthy. Knock on wood. Jacob Wilson. He had some things to say about Logan Webb, and there haven't been a lot of bright spots with the A's this season, but Jacob Wilson has, without a question, been one of them. This is what he had to say when he was asked about the ace for the Giants.
I think the toughest at bat probably was Logan Webb. My first at bat of that series, being able to, I've never faced him before, and obviously, definitely a bigger name. You're going out there and you're facing their ace, and he was a tough at bat for sure. He has good stuff going out there. I think you just kind of try and battle, and hopefully go up there and stay confident, but also kind of spoil the pitches that he throws. And they have Patrick Bailey back there too, who makes everything look like a strike as well. So it's kind of a dual threat when you go up there, but just kind of go out there and go to battle.
Logan is 5-5. ERA of 2.5. And a couple years ago, I said something about Logan Webb. I think he follows me on Twitter. I don't know if he still does. When I got the job actually here, he followed me. And a couple years ago, I said something about Logan Webb, and I feel like I was dead wrong. What I said about Logan Webb is that I think he is a high-level number 2 in a rotation. And the more I've watched him, the more he's had to deal with the garbology of a Giants offense, essentially the whole time he's been with the team. I am here to apologize to Logan Webb and say out loud that Logan Webb is an ace. And I've thought about this for a while. I just, we're in the middle of all this Kings talk. So I have changed my mind, maybe even last year. But Logan Webb is not an ace on a whatever team, even if the Giants are whatever because they can't hit. Logan Webb is a dog. Logan Webb is a junkyard dog. Logan Webb is a dude. And Logan Webb is an ace. And I am sorry that I ever doubted your ace-ness, Logan Webb. I had to say that.
You are capitulating because Logan Webb is now one of the best starters in baseball.
And early on, I thought solid pitcher, ground ball guy. I fall in love. Here's the thing. If you fell in love with velo, now it's almost as if I'm not falling in love with velocity because everybody throws 100 anyway. So it's almost a breath of fresh air. And the craftsmanship and how Logan Webb goes about his business, it's top notch. And it's just, if you're a fan of the game, it is beautiful to watch. I heard Whitey, and I'm not going to get after them, but Whitey and Draper's, nobody goes to the game to watch the game. Okay, fine. I'm not going to spend my time on that.
We're doing nerdy baseball right now.
Yes.
We're doing ins and outs of nerdy baseball.
I get 5 minutes a week of nerdy baseball, and I am spending it on apologizing to Logan Webb, who is not just the Giants' ace. He is anybody's ace. That's what he is.
Well, and, I don't think there's a lot of pitchers that are enjoyable to watch in baseball because obviously the art of pitching is reducing offense and reducing action. So it's hard to be like, how do you appreciate a craft when it's taking away from more baseball? Mm-hmm. But he goes 7-8 innings every single night. He is great at forcing ground balls. You mentioned he's not throwing 102 miles an hour, which my kind of thought is you either got to be throwing 100-mile-an-hour splitters or you got to have the funky stuff like him to wow people. Not as more crafty than speed or some sort of nasty pitch that no one can hit. He's got craft. He can force ground balls. He goes deep into games in a way you don't really see anymore. And I think that's just really refreshing in an era where starting pitchers don't go very long and there's a very homogenized sort of pitching calculus. You don't see the third time through the order, et cetera, et cetera.
My worry with Logan Webb is that it'll get to a point where I don't think he would ever want to be moved. Local guy. Now that's actually a local guy, right? That makes sense. Talking about DeMar DeRozan coming home. But it just might get to a point where the Giants, I don't know. I guess it's more about the Giants, and they've been buyers. Willie Adames hasn't worked out. Jung-Hoo Lee, for a large part, has worked out this season. Last season, he was injured. I just worry that if the Giants don't get their act together, they might have to have some tough conversations about everybody in the clubhouse. By the way, I'm not the biggest Bob Melvin fan. We can go back and forth on how much baseball managers matter. I'm not the biggest Bob Melvin fan. He's very, when he was hired to the Giants, I was not moved. And I just wonder how long the Giants, obviously they signed Willie Adames. Are they just going to continue to try to add? So you added Matt Chapman, you added Willie Adames, you added Jung-Hoo Lee, you added the pitching, you added Justin Verlander. If they miss the playoffs this season, I guess they'll just try to add somebody else, right? You bring up, and we looked at the farm systems, Kyle. I don't see the Giants off the top of my head. They're nowhere near the top
20s. 10. They were being carried, but you were also making the point, which is also what teams do when they're in the 20s. All their great young players just got promoted.
No, I said that about the A's.
You also said that about the Giants. You did both.
Well, you got Elliot Ramos who is Elliot Ramos. People still fight with me over Mike Yastrzemski. I've been having the same fight.
But Kyle Harrison was also bumping him up a bit.
Kyle Harrison, right? They finally move on. I used to fight with people about Austin Slater because they said, no, Allen, if you look at the splits, he's actually Mike Trout against left-handed pitching. Those were conversations I had to have.
That was like Austin, what was his name? Meadows for Detroit, or who was on Tampa and then Detroit, and people were like, no, you don't get it. This guy is amazing against lefties. And it was like, no, let's not do this.
So that's where we're at. If you're just now joining us, 30 more minutes. Our Kings trade candidate of the day was Kobe White. Kyle, the two deals that I said yes to both of them today, which I feel like I haven't said yes to both deals in a while. But the first deal that Kyle cooked up, straight up, Kings received Kobe White, Bulls received Devin Carter. I'm doing that today and twice on Tuesday, even though today's Wednesday. I just don't know that the Bulls are doing that. And the back and forth is essentially what is the value of Devin Carter? That's what it is.
I think it's also what is the value of Kobe White?
Oh, it's both.
Because Kobe White is on a 1-year deal right now, but obviously he can extend with any team that trades for him.
The next deal was Kobe White, the Kings receive, for Terrence Davis to get that filler 2026 first-round pick, which was top 10 protected, not Allen play-in protected to tick him off.
Not Kevin Huerter situation.
Not what we just dealt with.
It is it is non-play-in protect. If they fall completely out of the play-in, they can still tank and keep the pick.
Yes. So I said yes to both. I believe that if I'm maybe underestimating Devin Carter's value, it would have to be Devin Carter and a play-in protected pick, right? Not the top 10, but top 14 or whatever the case may be. I think that the Bulls would for sure do. I think if the Kings are high enough on Kobe White, let's get it done. Right?
You're saying the Bulls would rather a pick later than a pick now.
That's what I'm
Devin
saying.
Carter.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. So that's where it landed. Kobe White has been connected to the Warriors. He's been connected to a couple different teams, and it kind of is what it is. Kyle, this is coming in as well from Evan Sidery. He says 4 teams who checked in with the Suns on Kevin Durant in February who figured to be strong contenders once again. The Miami Heat, which will then get DeMar DeRozan if they don't get Kevin Durant. The Rockets, the Spurs, and the Timberwolves. I feel like we haven't talked enough because I saw this somewhere else. I feel like we got to spend some time maybe tomorrow on the Spurs because that would be kind of nuts, right?
If they traded for Kevin Durant, I saw Gambadoro over at our sister station in Arizona was like, Kevin Durant's camp is pushing for the Spurs. Like people in Kevin Durant's camp are pushing for the Spurs, which I guess it would be what, like Harrison Barnes and Keldon Johnson going back. I don't really know. It would be interesting to see happen.
Harrison Barnes on the Suns. Come on, look, Harrison Barnes, not a perfect player. We're all going to remember the shot that he missed that could have changed history for the Sacramento Kings.
Well, we don't have to.
Well, it is what it is. We all know that he wears a great suit and he teaches other players how to do their taxes. And he'll probably be governor of California one day. We all know that. I'm not sending that brother to Phoenix. He doesn't deserve that, Kyle.
What do you mean? He'd get to play with Devin Booker.
He doesn't deserve that. And why does Harrison Barnes have to keep getting moved for Kevin Durant? Not that he technically didn't get moved from the Warriors.
That is a
Kevin Durant.
Great point. He got pushed out of Golden State and has never won a playoff series since. In his entire career, he never won another playoff series after getting pushed out of Golden State. That would be hilarious if it comes full cycle.
And he has to finish in Phoenix. And the last time we see Harrison Barnes is riding away on a lowrider with the Devin Booker ones on in the 19 colorway that we've seen those shoes.
God, what a weird team that would be. Not the Harrison Barnes Suns. What a weird. So it would be Fox, Castle, Kevin Durant, Wemby, I guess Dylan Harper. Like, what a weird team that would be.
Is it an insane statement to say Kevin Durant could hinder Wemby? Is that crazy?
No, because Kevin Durant plays from the outside. He's more of a perimeter player.
I don't know, dealing with, fit is important. Obviously that team would be very good, but I'm just kind of curious as to how that would look. Real quick, we got some good PR coming from Brandon Ayuk and the Niners camp. Brandon Ayuk, and we were talking about it for just joining the show. Brandon Ayuk was kind of fighting. He was pulling an Allen Stiles and fighting with people on social media, fighting with fans that were talking trash to him. Brandon Ayuk has assumed quasi-coaching role in meetings alongside wide receiver coach Leonard Hankerson as he continues to rehab from ACL, MCL recovery, according to Matt Mayoko. Hankerson on Ayuk. He's seen it from a player's perspective, but sitting in that meeting room, now I've said to him, Brandon, you can be in here and be my coach. You can be my assistant. And he loves that because he can coach up the guys and he helps big time with that. So just mentally, it's been one of the biggest things for him. Honestly, this is cool. It just feels like they're saying, we're not dealing with another Debo here. He might be fighting with people on Instagram, but he is not Debo. We don't have any divas in this locker room. I think this is a version of trying to mend some of his PR from last season and Kyle Shanahan running up the stairs to say, don't do the deal. And he was gone. So good for Brandon Ayuk, but we know what's happening here.
Yeah.
We know. Let's see how he's feeling when Juwan Jennings is the ex-receiver again.
Well, let's not go that far.
We'll talk about it tomorrow, but we're not gone yet. Whitey Gleason joins us, and I got some things to talk to Whitey Gleason about. Cross up. Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
Patrick was way behind on his IRS taxes.
I was in way over my head. The total amount ended up being somewhere just over $30,000. $30,000.
Then the IRS came to collect.
Started getting letter after letter. A lien had been filed against me. They were going to basically hang me completely out to dry.
He had to do something.
That's when I reached out to Optima Tax Relief.
Patrick's life quickly got a lot easier.
It was very easy, pretty much hands off. They picked up the ball and ran with it.
And how'd it go?
I couldn't believe it. I had to ask 2 or 3 times. I saved an incredible amount of money.
How does Patrick feel about Optima?
Couldn't be happier. They definitely helped me. Optima Tax Relief. The best place to call. They're the best in the business.
Do what Patrick did and call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. Optima Tax Relief. Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Are you thinking about buying a new car? Well, maybe you're on the fence. Let me help you out. Kyle Draper here from Mercedes-Benz of Stockton. From the first time I stepped into the MP of Stockton showroom, I knew I made the right choice. I settled on the all-electric EQS SUV. It's comfortable, stylish, and most importantly, it's safe. Mercedes-Benz has the reputation of making the finest cars in the world. Now it's your turn to experience what I already know. Mercedes-Benz of Stockton is the best car buying experience you'll ever have. It's just a short drive down I-5 or anytime at mbfstockton.com.
Hello, Sacramento. I'm Emran Pilati, owner of True Sports Cards and Collectible Store here in Rockland, California, and the host of the True Sports Cards Show that airs right here on Sacktown Sports 1140 every Saturday from 10 to 11 a.m., where we discuss the latest trends, hottest products, and deliver exclusive interviews with other industry leaders. And don't forget to visit our shop, True Sports Cards, at 6661 Stanford Ranch Road in Rockland and see what we have for all your sports card and memorabilia needs.
Summer's almost here, and so are popsicles, pool days, and a lot of smiling. Make sure your kiddo's smile is ready with a visit to Kids Care Dental and Orthodontics. Our expert team makes dental visits easy and fun with sensory-friendly hours for kids who need a calmer environment. We can also accommodate same-day treatments, and to save you time, if your child needs multiple treatments, we can often do them all at once. Appointments fill up fast, so don't wait. Beat the summer rush and schedule online at kidscaredental.com. That's kidscaredental.com, where healthy, happy smiles begin.
Want the best movie experience in town? Join Sacktown Sports IMAX Pass by visiting sacktownsports.com. Sign up today. You can win tickets to see this week's films at the Esquire IMAX.
Kyle, don't do that, because this is the song, right?
This is the new one.
So I said, Kyle, don't do that. Do you know this song? And Kyle responds and says, yeah, it's Mariah Carey. And I say, thank you.
Yeah.
I was like, oh yeah, I know what this is.
Where it was sampled from. Then the text line hopped in and said, you're both wrong. It's Tom Tom Club. So I tried to little bro Kyle, and then I got little broed.
I heard you were going back and forth with the Wolverines on the text line.
Yes, which I'm gonna stop doing. I'm never gonna stop. But yeah, I got little broed by the text line, rightfully so, because off the top of my head, I thought it was Mariah Carey, and it was just funny that each generation has heard a different version of this song. My generation, I said, it is Mariah Carey.
Yeah, and
then people hopped in and said, Allen, it's not Mariah Carey.
Huh.
It's Tom Tom Club from 1981 that Mariah Carey was sampling that he got.
That's right.
But what
Interesting.
What was so funny is that when I played the original song, Alan was like, oh, I've heard this before, which was word for word, bar for bar, exactly what I said when I checked the Mariah Carey song. Like to the T.
So everybody's right, except for anybody who says anybody else is wrong.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's
which was
right.
Alan.
Which was me.
Because Alan said I was wrong for not saying Mariah Carey.
Which was me. But you know, Whitey, me and you,
yeah,
we're just some grizzled vets, you know?
Yeah, listen, I want to apologize for the text I sent you yesterday that was not correct. Because I know you're a Giants fan, and I thought the Giants, they were facing a pitcher last night who'd never had a start, and I thought the Giants are going to score some runs. Last night, they scored 2.
Gerard Encarnacion, I saw him a little bit in Sacramento. Had a really nice catch last night.
You're an outfielder. That was an easy play that he made look really hard.
Well, probably.
Yeah.
Probably. But, and that goes back to, you can't move Yastrzemski. He plays such a good right field. I've been fighting with people. You know he plays Gold Glove level right field. How many Gold Gloves does Yaz have? None.
None that I know of. Right.
None. So, but that's what I'm saying. I used to fight with people about Austin Slater because he had a split against lefties that was Mike Trout.
He used to punish lefties.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
Can't move that guy.
What can you tell me about Daniel Johnson?
Bro, oh my goodness.
From Vallejo.
He's from Vallejo. I'm working on some stuff with the River Cats because he's my guy.
Okay.
He is me if everything went right.
Really?
And more talented. This is my guy. Whitey, I saw this man hit a ball halfway up the berm at Sutter Health. I need to get this guy on the show. Seen him hit a triple. He's 28-29.
He's left-handed?
He's left-handed. He's 28-29. Normally, I believe will play right field, or he's DH'd a little bit. So 28-29. He's been around the league a little bit, but I followed him on Instagram about a week ago. Still waiting for the follow back, but I'm definitely trying to get him on the
Buster's
show.
had enough, huh? Buster's making some things happen.
That's right. That's right. So really excited about that. And like we said, also Lamont Wade Jr. DFA'd.
I agree with you. I think on X you said it's not the last we'll see of him.
No. And that I'm just saying that's probably just because I don't know if
he's done something at some point. Somebody will take another shot at him.
Allen wishes it's the last we'd see of him.
That's right. Yeah, Daniel Johnson. I wonder if I don't know if he'll start. I don't know what the situation is, but yeah,
Dominic Smith.
Dominic Smith as well. We've seen him before. Whitey, where I wanted to go,
yes, sir,
is we're just two dudes.
Okay.
You ever put down some mulch?
I heard you talking about all that. I can't believe your HOA is coming after you.
Are you being sarcastic?
No, I'm not. I heard you talking about that. It must be a disaster area.
No, it's really not. I will show you a picture after the show.
You live in Sacramento proper? You do not, right?
The toe is Sacramento proper.
Okay, because I think there's a program from, is it SMUD? You can get like $2,000 to take your lawn out.
What do you mean?
They will pay you money up to $2,000, I guess, because they don't want people, they want people to back off the lawns and get the more drought tolerant landscaping. So you might be able to get some financial help.
It's not
efforts to get rid of the lawn.
It's not the lawn. There's no lawn.
Oh,
it's just dirt.
Okay, but there was one at one point.
No
weeds.
It's just weeds.
Oh,
that I have to pull and some leftover old mulch. So I'm just putting down new mulch. So that's what I'm doing.
The mulchinator. Okay.
That's right.
Sounds like fun. You doing that tonight?
I got to do it today. I have to before we get another letter. I can't do it.
You got to bring that in and read it.
What do you mean?
The letter.
Bring in the letter and we'll read it on the air.
I'll read it.
You have to.
I'll read the letter.
Don't say the names of whoever said it or whatever, but
no, we got an unsightly vehicle notice from the fake police putting fake tickets on people's car the other day too.
Wow.
I'm just curious to hear the tone of it.
It's not a good tone. And the second one was not good either. This is the second time. And I said, well, the first time was over a month ago. So what is the cadence here?
Mm-hmm.
They just want you to stay on top of it. But today's the day, and I'm going to feel very accomplished, Whitey.
What are the potential punishments? Or
that's what I'm saying. What are you going to do? What are you going to do? Right? I think like I said, all of the neighbors, they say, hey, don't worry about it. Right? But you need to take care.
The few that can hack their way to your
front
door.
Yeah. Right. I need the goats to come chew it up.
There you go. You could do that too.
I need the goats to come chew it up. Whitey, I was going to try a segue, just decided not to, and it's probably for the greater good. Whitey, what's coming up on the show today? Send your segue strikes again.
Anthony Slater's going to join us today.
Wow.
Yeah, talking about, among other things, how the Thunder got here and the role Steve Kerr actually played in helping them get here when he was the GM of the Suns.
Yes, because Anthony Slater, that's me and Slate, we go way back. And
does he follow you on Twitter?
He does. He does. And he kind of cut his teeth with the Thunder.
Yes.
So it makes sense that you're having him on there.
He was with the Oklahoman.
That's right.
Yes. Also, Chris Forsberg is going to tip off the show with this unusual. We're going to start the show with a guest. He's with the Celtics, does some TV work there. So we'll catch up on what exactly is going on with the Celtics with all these rumors swirling around them.
Okay. Well, I can't wait to listen to it, Whitey. It's going to be great stuff. We were talking a little bit, and I had let you know that I was listening yesterday during the A's segment.
Yes.
And how you were basically breaking down. Because my whole thing was, and I know you've been consistent. It's not a good look. I love baseball, but and I'm happy for Sacramento, but it's just not a good look. Now, people kind of changing their tune because the A's aren't good. That's kind of funny to me, right? I would say you've always been consistent.
I hear you.
And I believe Dave has always been consistent, right? Now it's kind of, well, I'm glad that they didn't put Sacramento on it. And this team, and I was I was too high on this team because of the young bats, because what do you need pitching for? Well, it turns out you need pitching for a lot. You can't give up. Allen, doesn't matter how many good rookies you have. You cannot give up 12 runs a game.
We combine the A's and the Giants somehow.
Man. But
great team.
But your thought,
and a bad team.
Your whole breakdown was essentially what Dallas Braden was saying. This is harder on the players than a lot of people thought.
Yes, than a lot of people thought. And take away the attendance and the trappings of the stadium. I just think if you're a player on that team, you're probably starting to feel like, well, you probably felt this way a while, feeling disrespected by your own organization, you know?
Yeah.
Like
And
if Jose doesn't give you the tools you need to do your job as well as you do, you know, you're going to feel a certain way. I'm sure the players are starting to feel that way. If they've probably been feeling that way for a while.
yeah, and we were joking about Brandon Ayuk because I was going back and forth with the texter this morning about it. And the idea that, you know, whenever we talk sports, everything is relatively speaking. That I shouldn't have to say that when we say we're getting so-and-so for a bargain of $10 million a year. We should all understand this is monopoly money.
Right.
This is not a real situation. But when it comes to the A's, yeah, Luis Severino, he signed to play with the A's, but Jacob Wilson didn't pick to be with the A's. These teams, you can't pick who you're drafted to.
Right.
They don't get a choice. Nick Kurtz.
You wouldn't know because you weren't actually drafted, but it's still true.
I'm still waiting for the call. It's
you
not
haven't been
done
drafted yet.
Yes, it's not done yet. I'm telling you what, the Giants, they're a couple calls away from having me go out to Richmond.
Have you ever told the story about how you were excited because someone called you because on draft day you were on TV, but it turns out it's because you were striking out against the guy that got drafted?
Pat Light. The dude threw cheese.
Wait, is that real?
Yes.
Yeah.
So you were on like a draft highlight reel?
Fine. We're already here. This is what happened. After junior year, and like I said, I'll be honest, I didn't play a ton. That was what we were talking about yesterday, Kyle. A couple of seniors with the new coach. So I didn't play towards.
Allen was a really good baseball player. I tease him, but he's a really good baseball player.
I didn't earn my starting spot until the second half of the season. So Pat Light of Monmouth, huge dude, threw 96. I think I hit 9 that game, and he was just trying out stuff on me. And I'm gearing up for 96, so he's messing with me with sliders. I think I grounded out once, two Ks, right? So I get a call from a buddy during the draft because we're all paying attention, or I wasn't paying attention. Yo, Allen. Yo, you're on MLB Network, man. I'm like, oh, really? I'm like, what? I don't know, man. Anything possible.
Yeah, right.
And he goes, yeah, you're on Pat Light's highlight reel. He just got taken in the second supplemental round. And I told my buddies this, good friends of mine from De La Salle, I told them that in confidence. They found the YouTube of Pat Light getting drafted and sent it to the group chat. And they're the worst swings. Why am on one knee? It's bad.
Oh, I got to find this.
It's got to still be out there somewhere.
It's bad. So there it is. And Whitey Gleason coming up next. Drive Guys, Kyle Draper, Jay Johnson. Thank you to all the callers, texters, Sack Chatters. Thank you to Ayana Gonzalez. We have an All-American at Sac State, Stingers up. Also to Austin Melendez, 2 members of the Sac State